The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Friday night edition here of BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, filling in for Brad Evans. Is the Glass Man. PJ Glasser is back. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that we dive into, 310-840-4910. PJ, how about the Twin Cities last night, man? Minneapolis, Minnesota had themselves a hell of a night. 2 game sixes. The Wild beat the Stars, knocked them out, and advanced to round 2 of the Stanley Cup, and we'll do more on that later. A lot of puck talk coming up tonight. But the T-Wolves bounce Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and the Denver Nuggets, missing Anthony Edwards, missing Dante DiVincenzo, and missing Ayo Dosunmu, who had 43 points in a game this series and had scored 18 points or more in 3 straight games. No problem. Jaden McDaniels talking smack in the beginning of the series and then laying the smack down last night with a 32.10 rebound performance. Just an unbelievable game for him. And Jokic and the Nuggets, they're gone. They're done here. Nikola Jokic said after the game that the Nuggets are, quote, far from contention. And when he was asked if changes are needed, Jokic said, that's not my decision. Definitely, if we were in Serbia, we would all be fired. Now, he stressed that head coach David Alleman should not be blamed. You know, he said we should all be fired. We would all be fired. I don't think he was talking about the head coach. And he said it's not his fault we couldn't catch the ball very well. There's nothing to blame David Alleman. It's all us. But, you know, do you agree with Jokic here? Was this just an off year for the Nuggets, PJ? Or is this team really just like we need to kind of remove ourselves from thinking that they're a championship contender anymore? Are the Nuggets just not that good of a team?
Yeah, I think this series was a big eye-opener, Pat. Minnesota, as we know, is a really tough matchup for Denver because you have Tim Connolly, who built the Nuggets when he was their GM, turned him into a powerhouse. Then he takes the job with Minnesota, and he knew exactly what he needed to do to take out the team that he built in Denver, and that's what he's been able to do. I would have liked to seen the Nuggets go up against another team in the first round. I would have liked to see him go up against San Antonio. I just think the Wolves, even with all the injuries that they have, they're just so well built to stop what Denver does. It was much talked about how great Gobert was against Jokic. I think the Nuggets are still close. I definitely think they're going to need to get a new head coach. Jamal Murray, so much talk about Jokic in this series, Pat. I thought Murray was very disappointing, especially last night, was very quiet in that game for them. If it wasn't for Cam Johnson, that game probably would have been like a 30-point blowout last night for Minnesota. I know Aaron Gordon was dealing with injuries. I don't think the Nuggets are going to make too many changes to their lineup. They're definitely going to make some moves, but no big shakeups or anything like that. Get a new head coach. And just, you know, again, the Nuggets, the problem for them is they're gunning for teams like the Thunder and the Spurs, because in the next decade, those are the teams that you're going to have to beat if you want to go through the West. But Pat, their problem is they can't even get past Minnesota because Minnesota is so well built to beat what they do. So it's kind of a tough little predicament that Denver's in. Anytime you have the best player in the world in Jokic, you always got a chance. So they got that going for them. But this was a bad series loss, especially when DiVincenzo, Edwards go down, Dosunmu last night. You just can't lose that game, Pat. They were favored in every game of this series, and to lose in 6, that's pretty tough. So I know, tough loss for these Denver fans, and definitely waking up this morning wondering, where do we go from here? I'm not so much in the mindset as all these other people where they really need to blow it up. definitely get a new head coach, definitely more additions to go along with Jokic and Murray. But again, I think if they would have played some other teams in the West, they probably would have won those series. If they would have gone up against the Lakers, the Rockets, I think they would have won those series. Going up against Minnesota, it's just a bad matchup for them.
Yeah, right. It's unfortunate. It sucks. And look, they were asked about that after the game. Chris Finch, who, by the way, that was bulletin board material for him, a guy that does not get enough credit for being one of the top coaches in the league, where he goes, they chose us. They had a chance on the final day of the league to maybe get the 4 seed or the 5 seed. They chose us. And, then they asked Cam Johnson about that. He's like, what? Because we wanted to win? Like, we wanted to win the game. They sat everybody in that final game of the regular season. They sat everybody, and they won. So It's like they chose to win. They didn't choose to play the Minnesota Timberwolves. But like you said, that's a team that Tim Connolly built, and then he built Minnesota, and he built to beat them because he built a champion with the Nuggets. So at the time, it's like, all right, now everybody's gunning for Denver. Now a couple years later, everybody's gunning for OKC. How do you build a team that can beat the Thunder? The Spurs definitely think they have that. But Cam Johnson, he's like, what do you mean? We didn't try to play them. Like, we won the last game of the regular season. But it's unfortunate that they played Minnesota, because I think Denver, if they played San Antonio in the first round, I think they would have beat them. I would have loved to see Jokic, Wemby, and I think we kind of got robbed of that series. I think basketball fans should be pissed, because now, you look at game 1 and look, throw the spreads out the board and throw the odds out the board a lot of the times, because Denver was a big favorite last night. They lose by 12. The Spurs are 14.5-point favorites in game 1 against Minnesota. We have no idea if Anthony Edwards is going to play at all in that series. But to just keep it on Denver here, like, is their championship window closed? Jokic said, we're far away. I think he speaks very bluntly and literally. He goes, we lost in the first round. I think we're far away. But like, if they played almost any other team in the Western Conference, they probably win in the first round. If they were able to avoid Minnesota and OKC, they probably get to the conference finals. But that's 25% of the playoff field right there. But is this Nuggets championship window closed? I don't think they're removing David Adelman, PJ. They literally, I think they need to go back a year and not fire Michael Malone. I thought that was a stupid decision. They fired him right before the playoffs begin. David Adelman's only been there now for literally 12 months. I don't think they're firing him. I think they want some sort of stability. The way the players talk about him, they seem to like him. Jokic is due for a big fat contract extension this summer, and they asked him about it, and he goes, I still want to be a Nugget forever. Like, he's not going anywhere. He could sign a 4-year, $293 million contract extension this summer. Jamal Murray's not going anywhere, and he was disappointing. Jaden McDaniels put the clamps on him last night. What do you go, 4 for 17 from the field? That was extremely disappointing. You mentioned Aaron Gordon had some injuries. He's always injured. I like Aaron Gordon. He's always hurt, especially in the postseason. And they're paying him next year more than $30 million, and the year after that more than $30 million, and then he's got a player option. So, good luck moving him. They traded for Cam Johnson, and you mentioned he was great last night. He's a free agent this summer. So what do you do with him? I'll tell you the biggest disappointment probably was Jokic and Murray. They were disappointing. Christian Brown. He's got a big fat contract extension that kicks in this year over an average of $23, $24 million a season. He was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And he's supposed to be that defensive dog wing 3-and-D guy that like Minnesota just like copies and pastes onto the floor to beat the Denver Nuggets. Christian Brown's supposed to be the one guy that like gives them a taste of their own medicine, and he was on a milk carton for this whole series. So I don't know what Denver has to do to change here. You think you got the best player in the world in Jokic. You got Jamal Murray. How can you not build a team around that can't get past the second round? But here we are. They get bounced in the first round by Minnesota.
Pat, did you see the stat also with Denver that Jokic has never beaten a 50-win team in the playoffs? I was shocked when I saw that, especially considering they won an NBA title. Now you have to remember that Heat team that they played were an 8 seed, but even on the way to the Western Conference, through the Western Conference, the fact they never played a team that won 50 games shocked me. So that to me was more of an eye-opener. We've obviously talked about the matchup with Minnesota, and it's not a good one. And like you, had they played San Antonio, I think they would have had a really good shot in that series. But it does make you question this Nuggets team. Are they just one of those that they dominate the regular season because of how efficient Jokic is, because of how durable is, how well his game translates to just regular season basketball? Do we kind of overshadow that by the time they get to postseason play and it's much more half-court basketball? And again, Pat, you look at all these top Western Conference teams, man, it's Gobert down low, it's Wemby. I mean, you have some of the best defensive big men in the NBA on some of these top Western Conference teams. So I do think Denver, that to me, that stat is very alarming. But yeah, they got to figure it out. You mentioned Christian Brown, and it's a great point because the year that they won the title, KCP was filling that role, and that's what they need Brown to be, and he just hasn't been that yet. It's going to be a very interesting year for Denver. It felt like kind of everything was aligning for them heading into this postseason. They had won 12 straight. They had the best offense in the NBA. Jokic was playing awesome. Murray was maybe playing the best ball of his career. Even with Aaron Gordon hurt, there were some thoughts that, still should be good enough to get past Minnesota. And with all the injuries that the Wolves had to still not be able to get past them, I think that it more than anything sound the alarm bells. If you would have lost to Minnesota fully healthy, that might have been one thing. But to lose to them with all the injuries, I think maybe makes it more of an aggressive offseason for the Nuggets here coming up. But Pat, you said it, just as like a basketball fan with no dog in the fight for either of those teams, it does suck that the Wolves won because like you said, I mean, Edwards probably isn't going to play in this series. San Antonio is going to be double-digit favorites in every home game. They're going to be 7.5-point favorites in Minnesota. You can't ever count the Wolves out because of their defense, and they'll thrive being the underdog. And every night it feels like they just have a guy step up, whether it's DeSumo, whether it's Randall, whether it's Terrence Shannon Jr. was like it was last night. Just have somebody. And again, I mean, if you want somebody to maybe defend Wemby, if there was anybody in the league to maybe contain him, frustrate him, Gobert would be that guy. So I am excited for that matchup.
French on French.
French on French. That's exactly right. It would be a really fun series if Minnesota was fully healthy. If DiVincenzo, Edwards, if these guys were playing, would be really thrilled to watch it. With those injuries, though, the Spurs fully healthy, shaking some of that rust off in the Portland series, getting more acclimated to playoff basketball, it feels like this is probably a gentleman's sweep. I think the Spurs are going to take care of business in 5.
Oh, wow. That's a bold take. Take. I guess all of that would depend on if we get any kind of timetable around Anthony Edwards. Just one more thing here on Denver's side. You mentioned it before. I said this earlier in the series when they went down 3-1, PJ. I said, look, Denver's been given a gift. No Anthony Edwards, no Dante DiVincenzo. If they can't come back and win this series, and Jokic has been largely frustrated by Rudy Gobert, don't get me wrong. Like, Rudy Gobert is one of the great defensive players in the NBA, and we crap on Rudy Gobert a lot, right? Like, the fact that we joke about it, he started COVID in the NBA when he rubbed the microphone, and then a couple days later, the whole league and the whole world gets shut down. And Luka Doncic, like, putting him on, not a poster, but when he basically undressed him for that 1 3-pointer in the playoffs a couple of years ago, like, it feels like Rudy Gobert, as good as he is, we kind of remember the lowlights about him. Like, this was Rudy's redemption this series. He locked Jokic up. I mean, Nikola Jokic had one of the worst playoff series he's ever had in his life.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, if you're supposed to be the greatest player in the world and the other team's best player is done for the series and one of their other starters is done for the series and done for the year, like, at a certain point, don't you have to carry your team? And you have a great Robin and Jamal Murray, who's an all-NBA caliber player. I said, if Nikola Jokic couldn't lift the Nuggets to a series win, is he no longer the greatest player on the planet? I think we have to start saying that SGA is about to take the throne and take the crown if the Thunder win another title this year, and it's back-to-back years of MVP and finals MVPs. How do we not collectively as basketball fans look at SGA and say, that's the best player in the world? I think Jokic is no longer the best player on the planet, because I don't think you can lose that series the way they did and get shut down by Rudy Gobert, and we still claim that about him.
I think that's fair. I would even take it a step further. If OKC plays the Spurs in the Western Conference Final, whoever wins that series, I think you can just make them the best player in the world. If Wemby and the Spurs go on to win that series, Pat, even though it's a small sample size, it'd be his first NBA Finals appearance. He doesn't have an MVP to show for it. I think we can all see it. I mean, we can all see it's only a matter of time before he probably is the best player in the world if he isn't already. So I think it's a fair point. Jokic not being able to carry his team through that series struggling with Minnesota and with all the injuries, like you said. SGA's been doing it for a while. The last couple of years, he's starting to wrap up the hardware. I think if we get that Western Conference final matchup between Spurs and Thunder, winner of that series, I think you can make an argument. SGA or Wemby right now, maybe best player in the world.
Oh, look, Combs, our producer Brandon Combs knows how I feel about Wemby. I think he has to earn it. I don't want it to just be given to him, but first year in the playoffs, if he's able to get San Antonio to the finals, and it's not over an injury-riddled Thunder team, because he's going to play an injury-riddled Timberwolves team, so they should win this series. If the Thunder are full, and he's able to be better than SGA and the Spurs get to the finals, I'd have a tough time shooting that argument down, because what matters is the postseason. And Jokic is one of the best regular season players, and he's a 3-time MVP. And yes, he does have that title. But the last 2 years, the last 3 years, really, he hasn't made it back to the conference finals here. And this series was pretty damning to watch him get shut down like that by Rudy Gobert. So you think it's going to be a gentleman's sweep in this next round between Minnesota and San Antonio. But PJ, if Minnesota's going to keep it close, how do they make this series competitive against the Spurs? I think it would have to start with Rudy Gobert once again shutting down Wemby, neutralizing Wemby, and then forcing De'Aaron Fox, Stephon Castle, Devin Vassell, forcing the guards and the wings of San Antonio to consistently beat you. And I think Rudy Gobert is good. He shut down Jokic. If Rudy Gobert is good enough to neutralize Victor Wembanyama on offense, not defense, he's still going to make a gigantic impact defensively. But if you're able to neutralize his offense, I think that's probably plan number one for Minnesota staying competitive in this series.
No question. And again, Pat, I mean, you kind of look at the roster across both teams, and on paper, Minnesota can do some things that can frustrate San Antonio. They can match up with them pretty well. You mentioned Gobert going up against Wemby, Jaden McDaniels going up against Stephon Castle. I think he can definitely give him issues. So the two primary scorers for San Antonio, Minnesota can throw bodies at them that not other teams can. Also, the Spurs, they were 10th in the NBA during the regular season in three-point shooting. They shot at 36.2%. They're number one right now through the postseason. They're shooting at 41% from three. So you would expect the averages to come down in this series against Minnesota, which definitely should help out the Wolves. To me, Pat, though, I think the Wolves, their key to success is they got to make these games ugly. They got to slop it up. They got to make it first to 100, just like they did last night against Denver. So if you're looking to bet Minnesota plus the points in this series, if you're looking to bet Minnesota to win the series, if you think Minnesota's got a chance of pulling the upset, I think you got to correlate that all to the under. I just don't know if the Wolves are going to have enough offensive firepower with all these injuries to keep pace with San Antonio. And that's the way that they want to play it. I mean, they want to muck it up. They want to force turnovers. They want to get near your head. But you mentioned that spread 13.5 for game one.
It's massive.
It feels like it just feels like way too many. Just feels like way too many, because the Wolves are the kind of team that you want to bet on when they're playing with house money. That's the kind of team that you want to back in this situation. And I think they're thriving off the fact that nobody's given them a chance without Edwards. Nobody's given them a chance with all these injuries, and they just look forward to proving people wrong. So I'm, even though I think the Spurs are going to win the series in 5, and I don't see Minnesota winning many games in this series, I do think some of these games will be competitive. And this could be like one of those things with Celtics and Sixers where, Pat, game 2 of that Celtics-Sixers series, Celtics were a 14.5-point favorite. And now we're heading into game 7, and the Celtics are a 7.5-point favorite. I know Embiid's back, and the Sixers have proven that they can win some games against Boston. But the point being, now feels like the time to buy in on Minnesota, because if they start to prove that they can challenge the Spurs and win some games without Edwards, I mean, you're not getting anything close to 13.5 later in this series.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think offensively, I think, again, Rudy Gobert has got to shut down Wemby when Minnesota's on defense. When they're on offense, Julius Randle's got to play bully ball. He's got to play bully ball, and they've got to find a way to screen Wembanyama away from Julius Randle, or Julius Randle's got to take him on. And if you get one-on-one, then it's, or you're able to draw a double team, then it's kick it out. And then that's when the wings have to make some threes for Minnesota. So I think offensively, it'll start and end with Julius Randle, a guy that's got plenty of postseason experience, plenty of highs. And as a Knick fan, trust me, I saw it, plenty of lows in the postseason, but he's got a lot more help nowadays now that he's with Minnesota, even with Anthony Edwards maybe missing most, if not this entire series. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. PJ Glasser in for Brad here tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Couple of questions for you to join the show with. Is Jokic no longer the greatest player in the world? Do you give Minnesota a chance against San Antonio? And what should the Nuggets do this offseason to try to get back to an NBA Finals? 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll talk about the Knicks. Just an all-time romp over Atlanta, and we'll preview the games tonight. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. I almost said I'm Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. It's the 1st of May. Summer just around the corner. Beautiful out in my neck of the woods. In Philadelphia. Can't believe I'm saying that still. You know I'm a New Yorker, New Jerseyan, but a New York City sports fan at heart. Welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser's filling in for Brad Evans tonight. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Hopefully everybody had themselves a tremendous Friday, and hopefully you're going to hang out with us here tonight to enjoy what is a tremendous Friday, because we got 3 more elimination games tonight in the NBA playoffs, and you've got 3 elimination games tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So 6 seasons on the line tonight, on the ice and on the hardwood. But PJ, let's just go back last night here for a little bit, because, you know, I was in pure euphoria for the entire 2.5 hours of the game. I never witnessed anything like that in my life, and neither did the NBA playoffs in history. My New York Knicks, historic beatdown over the Atlanta Hawks. They were up 25 after the first quarter. An NBA playoff record 47-point advantage at halftime, led by as many as 61 at one point, and win by 51 points to knock out the Hawks, 140-89. I mean, PJ, I was really starting to feel better and better about my Knicks' chances of winning the Eastern Conference as this series went along, and along with the Boston Celtics struggling from deep mightily against the Sixers. But did New York cement themselves as the team to beat in the East after last night? Because I don't care what anybody says. You put a team away like that 3 games in a row. Yeah, I think everybody should start looking at the Knicks right now as the favorite to win the Eastern Conference. I think there has been a change in the sails here over the last 4 or 5 days, and I think the Knicks should be looking down upon everybody else right now in the Eastern Conference hierarchy.
I think they definitely are the team to beat. I think their A game beats everybody else's A game in the Eastern Conference. It's just going to all be about consistency for the Knicks, Pat, as you know. But the way that things are shaping up, I mean, I don't see how you can like anybody in the top half of the bracket. Detroit's got some work to do. It all starts with tonight against Orlando. Cleveland and Toronto feels like that series is probably going 7. I think the Raptors got a good shot at winning that game tonight, because Cleveland can never win on the road in the postseason, it feels like. But that semifinal matchup between Philly, Boston, against New York, that almost feels like kind of the de facto Eastern Conference Finals. I think whoever wins that semifinal matchup is probably going to the finals. And Pat, as you know, Boston's probably the favorite against the Knicks, I think, in a 7-game series. I'm really interested to see how that's priced. And I think the only reason they are is just because of the home court. If the Knicks had home court, they'd probably be favored. But since Boston would, they're going to be slight favorites. The Knicks against Philly would definitely be favorites in that series. And I think both series would be super interesting. I mean, the Knicks, very much like Minnesota against Denver, the Knicks are built to kind of beat Boston. I mean, all the moves that they've made are corresponding to what Boston does well, and you saw that play out in the playoffs last year. But as you know, Pat, when the Sixers played the Knicks a couple of years ago and those teams battled in the playoffs, that series was an absolute war. As good of a 6-game series you'll see. Felt like every game came right down to the wire. And with all the momentum that the Sixers have right now, Embiid's back, he looks good. Paul George is playing much better. Maxi's playing well. Like all those years we've talked about Philly being a contender in the East and being a team that could make a run, what we've seen the last few games, like this is what people have envisioned. So I think that semifinal series, whether it's Knicks Sixers or Knicks Celtics, is going to be terrific. But I think at this point, you definitely have to make the Knicks the favorite because they finished their series in 6. Celtics and Sixers have to play an extra game. There's nobody in the top half of the East that really worries you. And with the last 3 games that the Knicks put together, down 2-1 against Atlanta, showing up like they did, battling or following that up with a great performance in Game 5, and then one of the all-time beatdowns we've ever seen in Game 6. They are definitely the team to beat at this point. I don't know if I'm rushing to the window to bet the Knicks because, Pat, as you know, the Knicks are one of those teams that when everybody's on them, I kind of want to get off. You know, I don't want to be on the same train, and I know it's making you nervous. Like, that's where I kind of see value in Boston and Philly, but I cannot wait for that series, whether it's the Sixers or the Celtics. I think we're getting a 6 or 7 game series between any of that combination. But I think right now, your Knicks team to beat in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. Look, with Boston, like you said, the Knicks built Leon Rose, the president of the Knicks, built this team to try to beat the Boston Celtics, and it worked phenomenally well last year. Mikal Bridges, who the only thing that I'm holding on to the end of the rope with Mikal Bridges, just because he won Game 1 and Game 2 last year in Boston with his defensive plays at the end, shutting down Tatum and shutting down Jaylen Brown. That's the only reason I got any faith still in Mikal Bridges. Otherwise, I mean, it's been a complete failure of a trade, 5 first-round picks. If the Knicks didn't do it, they could have had Giannis at the trade deadline. But again, I'm holding on to the end of the rope because maybe he's just waiting for a series with the Boston Celtics, and that's it. And honestly, I think I'd probably still rather play Philly. I know Joel Embiid looks great right now. All of a sudden, these last 2 games, and if Game 1 was his worst when he first came back from that appendectomy, and the Sixers win, and now Joel Embiid, you're telling me he's fresh and he's going to be playing, in his, vintage Embiid. Yeah, that's a bit worrisome. But the Knicks also beat Philly 2 years ago. Tyrese Maxey wasn't as good, but I don't know who I'd rather play. I think I'd rather play Philly, but yeah, either way, like you said, the betting odds, they probably would have the Celtics as a slight favorite because they would enjoy home court advantage. But I think the Knicks are built to beat them. And Saturday night, Game 7, whoever wins is then going to have to turn around and play Monday against the Knicks. And whether it's Philly, taking the short flight down from Boston to New York City, or if it's the Celtics who would then stay there and the Knicks get to go up to Boston. Like the Knicks, I would love to see them win Game 1 in that series. I think that would go a long way, whether it's protecting home court advantage against Philly or whether it's going into Boston and then, beating them. But look, the Celtics right now, they are a mess offensively. Their 3-point shooting, like they've never lived and died more by the 3. Like, we've been talking about this team for the last couple of years. We know what their MO is, but it's basically as simple as, did the Celtics shoot less than 40% or 35% from deep? Yes. Loss. Automatic. Like automatic loss. They're not even shooting well from 2 in this series either. So, yeah, I like where the Knicks are for sure at this stage here with the Celtics and Sixers. I hope they play 6 overtimes tomorrow, and I hope they beat the hell out of each other. I'm not going to say I'm hoping for injuries, but, I hope that we get as close to that as possible. PJ, let's take a quick look at these games here tonight because we got a couple that are coming up here in the next 60 minutes. Let's focus on the elimination game going on in Orlando tonight. Pistons Magic, 7 p.m. Eastern tip here. Game 6 in Orlando. Crucial injury news in this one. Franz Wagner for Orlando is out for the second straight game. Injured his calf towards the end of Game 4, and then he did not play in Game 5, a game that the Pistons were able to hold on and win at home the other night thanks to a franchise playoff record 45 points from Cade Cunningham. Meanwhile, Tobias Harris, he was questionable. He's been the second best player for the Pistons in this series. He's going to play. So the Pistons are favored in this game. And PJ, I've been saying it for a couple of days. I didn't think this series was going back to Detroit for a Game 7. I think the Magic finished this thing off here tonight. I think you've got to throw the whole 1 seed versus 8 seed thing out the window. I think we found out pretty quickly these two teams are not as different as their records in the regular season would suggest. I think Detroit, they have shot the ball miserably from 3 in this series, 29% from deep. That's the worst of any team in the playoffs. And they've also been the worst team in the playoffs in turnovers, 18 of them per game. I just don't know how you get past that, and especially since Cade Cunningham just has not gotten enough help. Jalen Duren has been a shell of himself. Tobias Harris has been good, but even without Franz Wagner, I think the Magic end this thing here tonight at home. How do you feel about this game?
Totally with you. I like the Magic as well. You said it, man. You want to go on the road and win elimination games. You got to shoot the 3 well. You got to eliminate turnovers, and you got to shoot free throws well. I just don't trust the Pistons to really do either. They haven't shown in this series that they can do that with consistency. Pat, we previewed this series when I was on with you a couple weeks ago when we watched the Magic win the play-in game against the Hornets, and I thought the Pistons were going to win this series in 7. Orlando, again, another one of these teams matchup-wise very well against Detroit. We've seen that throughout this series, and they've been a great home team in this Palo era the last few years. They took Cleveland to 7. They won all 3 home games in that series. They played Boston tough at home last year. And they've already won the first 2 home games against the Pistons and won that play-in game against the Hornets. So Magic have been a great home team. The fact we're getting them over a possession, even with the Franz injury, Bane was so good in that home game in game 4. Paulo was unbelievable the other night, dropping 45. So I like the Magic as well. I think they close it out. I think the under is also a really good play, 210.5. Pat, we talked so many times about game 7 unders. I mean, this feels like a game 7 tonight, right? Like the Pistons, they go back home. You would probably like them to close out that series. Magic obviously do not want to go back to Detroit. They want to finish things off tonight. So this is a game 7 feel to it being played as a game 6. I think the under would be another good look at 210.5. You figure it's going to be a close game, but I'm with you. I like the Magic to win it. Certainly like them plus the points.
Yeah, I think even if the Magic, and again, I think they win tonight. Even if they lose, I think I would like the Magic again in game 7, even in Detroit. Like, I don't think this is a game where it's like Orlando better win this tonight because they're not winning a game 7. They've already proven they can win in Detroit. They won game 1 back when this series began. They've played them tight in just about every game. Hell, that game 2 in Detroit, remember the Pistons had a 35-3 run, and they wouldn't say they only won, but they won by 15. Like, they had a 35-3 run in that game, and Detroit didn't crack 100 points in that game. So it's like, even when they had a kill shot of all kill shots, you would think they would have won that game by 30. They didn't. So I think Orlando can still win even if they lose tonight. But I do think you and I both agree the Magic win this game at home tonight. And we get the 1 seed getting bounced by an 8 seed for just the 6th time since the NBA playoffs expanded to 16 teams. All right. Cavs Raptors, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Game 6 as well. Cleveland leads this series 3-2. Raptors season on the line. And bad injury news for them. Not only is Emmanuel Quickly still out, hasn't played at all in this series, now Brandon Ingram ruled out with the heel inflammation that caused him to play just 11 minutes in the last game. I know on paper that's a big loss. PJ, I mean, I've been basically like, I have been the biggest vocal critic of Brandon Ingram in this series because even when he's played, he's been terrible. So I don't know how big of a loss this is for Toronto. On paper, it's huge. The way this series is played out, I don't know if this is that big of a loss. Jamal Shedd's going to play like 40 minutes now. He's been a dog defensively, disrupting Donovan Mitchell, forcing, James Harden to get a little bit uncomfortable, finally forcing James Harden to his right rather than his left where he wants to go. And I think that this is a series where through 6 games, the home team's going to win every game. I think the Raptors win this again tonight. I think they force a game 7 back in Cleveland. And I would love, PJ, I would love to see another James Harden disaster class in game 7 in Cleveland. You might get a James Harden disaster class in game 6 because he hasn't been much better in game 6s in his career over the last decade. I think the Raptors, despite the fact that they don't shoot the 3 ball well, I think they can win this with their defense tonight. I think Toronto wins this game as well. Another home underdog wins this game. I think I like Toronto.
And it kind of feels similar to Minnesota and Denver in a sense where because of the injury news, you're getting another point with the Raptors in this game, and I'll gladly take it. Like you, Ingram's out. I don't really see it as much as a factor. It's really a fate of Cleveland for me. Anytime Cleveland goes on the road in the postseason, especially as a favorite, I will always look to fade them. And that game that we had, game 5 in Cleveland the other night, was just an offensive shootout. I think this one is more of a slugfest, a defensive struggle. And I think that favors the Raptors at home, who have a great home court environment there in Toronto. So I like the Raptors in this game as well. I think they're going to force a game 7 against Cleveland. I think the Cavs go back to Cleveland and win game 7. I just do not trust this team on the road, Pat. So I'll take Toronto.
All right. Any of your thoughts, your predictions on these games tonight? 310-840-4910. We'll get into the Lakers and the Rockets a little bit later on in the show. We'll also get to your phone calls when we come back. We've got some folks on hold that want to weigh in on the T-Wolves and the Spurs, so you can join the list if you'd like to get in on the show. 310-840-4910. We'll also preview some of the Stanley Cup playoff games. I talk a little puck as well. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans tonight. And the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Before we get to the 3 Game 6s tonight on the ice, 3 elimination games. Let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. You wanted to weigh in on any of the NBA playoff series. Tommy is in Erie. I believe that's Erie, PA. Next up on BetMGM tonight, Tommy's on line 1. Go ahead, Tommy. You got it.
Hi there. Yeah, it turns out it is in Erie, PA. So my takes on the NBA going into tonight, just looking at the Minnesota and San Antonio series, I really think it's just going to be a sweep. I think Rudy Gobert is going to have all kinds of problems with Wemby. I think he's not going to be able to defend him because he's going to be on the bench because he's in foul trouble. The reason why I'm saying that is because even though he looked good against Joker, which is kind of my hot take part, I think Joker's done. I think he's full. I don't think he wants to try anymore. I don't think he wants to play anymore. I think he's got enough money and he likes his lifestyle away from the game. And he looked tired the whole series and just kind of disinterested.
Wow. Wow, that is a hot take, Tommy. I mean, look, again, I think Jokic is no longer the greatest player on the planet, but to say that, to say that he's done, that's a whole nother level here. So again, you think that Wembanyama will dominate mostly because Gobert will have such a tough time defending him or he'll be in foul trouble.
Right. Yeah. When I say done with Joker, I could see him retiring. I think I could see him walking away with what he's got, taking his chips and cashing in.
Wow,
Tommy, appreciate the call. Thanks, man. That is a hot take. We never mind the hot takes. PJ, what do you think? He's eligible, by the way, to sign an extension this summer for 4 years,
yeah.
$293 million. You think he's walking away from that?
That's the point I was going to bring up. I don't think he's walking away from 300 million, 73 million per year. The thing about Jokic, I mean, when he's struggling and just kind of his mannerisms, when he's going up and down the court, like I get it. At times he just does look like he's fatigued. Maybe he's not necessarily trying, all those sorts of things. I mean, he was so dominant again this regular season. And he just struggled in the postseason. I think if he would have gone up against Houston or the Lakers or one of these other teams, I think the Nuggets would have won the series and Jokic would have played great. It was just this Gobert matchup, which he has had some success against in the past in the playoffs, just was not good in this series. It happens. I thought he was good last night in Game 6. He was great to start the third quarter, just wasn't good in the fourth. And you got to give Minnesota a lot of credit for that. Whether you want to have a conversation, Pat, like we did about earlier in the show, if he's still one of the best player in the NBA is one thing. But I think definitely, Jokic is still top 2 or top 3. I mean, what that guy does to control all facets of the game. If anything, I think his sidekick, Jamal Murray, really let him down. And the point we brought up earlier too, Pat, with Jokic, the fact that he's never beaten a team in the postseason that has won 50 regular season games is pretty crazy. I'm definitely open to having the conversation that Jokic isn't the best player in the NBA anymore, but to say that I just can't see him retiring again because of the money that's on the table. So I'm with you, Pat. Sounds like we're kind of in the same mindset there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's quickly pivot here. 310-840-4910. Again, appreciate the call, Tommy. That is a hot, singeing hot take. I don't agree with it at all. I don't think he's walking away from that. And I still think, I don't think he's the best player on the planet anymore, but I still think he's pretty damn close to it. He's 3-time MVP. I can't see his game regressing that much. All right, let's quickly pivot. We got Lightning Canadiens Game 6 coming up here in about 15 minutes from now. Game 6 from the Bell Center. That place is going to be pandemonium. Canadians have a chance to advance to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time in 5 years. If they beat the Lightning tonight, it would be the first postseason victory for Montreal since 2021 when they beat Vegas in 6 games in the Stanley Cup semifinal. Remember, that was the year after COVID when it was like they basically scrapped the conferences and then they would lose to the Lightning in the Cup final. PJ, I know the Lightning have lost in the first round in the last 3 years, but how about this stat? The Lightning have won the series, or excuse me, the Lightning are 16-14 all time in 30 potential elimination games. That's the second highest winning percentage in Stanley Cup playoff history. I don't know if you can kill this team this quickly. I would love to see the Lightning lose because as an Islander fan, they stopped the Islanders from potentially winning 2 cups a couple of years ago. But I just don't think I'm ready to kill this Lightning team, even on the road. If I had to pick a team to win, I'd probably pick Tampa Bay just because of the scar tissue that as an Islanders fan that I have.
Definitely, if you like Tampa Bay, has to be a Vasilevsky game. You know, I think if you like the Bolts, looking at his saves to go over would probably be the way. Pat, one of the big themes for me this postseason so far in the NHL has been we have 4 series in the playoffs with teams that have a lot of experience versus teams that really don't. And so far, the teams that don't have a lot of postseason experience have outplayed the teams that do. We've had the Flyers beat the Penguins. We had the Ducks beat the Oilers. And we get these 2 series tonight, Montreal, Tampa, and Boston and Buffalo, with the more experienced teams and franchise in recent years, Tampa and Boston, both on the ropes. If you want to see a good environment tonight, tune into Montreal and the Bell Center and watch that game because the home ice will be on fire. I like Montreal. I think they're going to take care of business. I think they're the better team. Just about all these games have gone to overtime. I think Montreal's a little bit better, Pat. I think they close it out tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Tampa Bay can't get off to another slow start. Here's a crazy stat. The Lightning have gone 20 straight games without holding a lead after the first period. That goes all the way back to March 19th. That's crazy. They have not had a lead after the first period in 20 games. Here's a crazy stat on the other side for Montreal. Their top line, Caulfield, Nick Suzuki, and Juraj Slafkovsky, they have yet to score a goal in 5-on-5 in the entire series. So something's going to give tonight. I think, again, Vasilevsky stands on his head. I would think the Lightning send it to 7. We'll talk about the Sabres and the Bruins in a little bit. We'll also revisit a little bit of history, give out some draft grades for the 2022 first round of the NFL draft. Do that when we return right here on BetMGM tonight.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Touchdown. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans tonight, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text 310-840-4910. Programming note, we're going to talk to Hunter Brody, a.k.a. Broads, one of my pals from Philly, does shows on WIP, has his own YouTube channel, Broads Media. He's going to join us in less than 20 minutes because there's a lot of stuff going on with Philly sports right now. You got the Flyers getting ready to play the Hurricanes in the second round of the playoffs. You got a Game 7 tomorrow night with the Celtics and the Sixers. You got the Phillies firing Rob Thompson. Then all of a sudden, the post-manager firing bump. The Phillies have won 3 in a row here all of a sudden. And then you were a week removed from the NFL draft, and the Eagles had a very eventful draft again. So we'll talk to Hunter Brody coming up in less than 20 minutes. In about an hour from now, we're going to talk some Kentucky Derby since it is tomorrow. And I'm not the biggest horse racing fan, but we're going to talk to one of the best in the biz when we do that. Who's that going to be? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. That's an hour from now. But let's kick off hour number 2 here. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, I think a caller inspired this segment. I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of Brandon Combs, but I remember, I think it was a couple of days ago, it wasn't a caller. It was Howard Balzer, who covers the Arizona Cardinals for Cards Wire, and he's also a Pro Football Hall of Fame selector, and he's got a weekly show on SiriusXM NFL Radio. And we were talking about, giving out grades. How would you grade the Cardinals draft? And he's like, it's funny. Everybody loves to give out grades, and somebody can give somebody an A, and another person gives the same team an F. And I was like, well, it's funny you mention that because, we're actually going to give out some more grades next segment. He started laughing. But he's like, I challenge anybody to go back, once you have some time and just go back and see how, these grades were given out for a draft a couple of years ago or whatever. And so why not? Let's do that. Let's do that for 2022 here as we're getting set for 6 playoff elimination games that are going to be starting soon. Why don't we go back to the 2022 first round of the NFL draft? We've seen 4 years for all these players now. Let's grade the first round pick from each team. Does that sound like a good idea, PJ? What do you think?
Sounds like a great idea because as a Ravens fan, Pat, I thoroughly enjoyed the first round of the 2022 draft.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as you should. And now, I guess we should establish some guidelines here. Are we grading this if the player's not on the team anymore? Should that count? If the player had a couple of great years and then maybe the last year hasn't been great, are we just looking at, I guess, overall, how has that draft pick stood up over time? You taking a little bit of everything?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Usually draft picks are determined from a success standpoint on if a guy gets a second contract, right? So you definitely have to look at all the factors, but I think that's a big one too. If that guy is still with his team and he got a second contract, I would consider that pretty big success.
Okay, let's start with the number 1 overall pick then in the 2022 draft when the Jacksonville Jaguars took Trayvon Walker. Funny enough, he just signed an extension with the Jaguars for 4 years and $100 million last month. I would give this a B-. I'd give this a B- here. Trayvon Walker, again, is he still with the team? Did he get a second contract? He literally did a month ago for $25 million AAV. That's pretty good for a pass rusher. Again, this past season, Trayvon Walker wasn't very good. 3.5 sacks, didn't put up the numbers that you would expect him to. But in 2024, 10 and a half sacks. And he scored a defensive touchdown and forced 2 fumbles. 2023, 10 sacks. And he also recovered a fumble that year. He has only missed 4 games so far in his 4-year career. So I'll give it a B-. Is it a number 1 pick that you're hoping becomes a generational talent? I don't think Trayvon Walker is in that category. I think he's probably in the second, maybe third tier of pass rushers right now in the NFL. But he's been healthy his entire career. He's put up decent numbers, and they just gave him a second extension. I would say for the number 1 pick, you'd want more. But for any pick in the first-round draft, that's pretty much about what you're hoping for. So B- for me.
I think that's a solid call with a B-. I would agree. Anytime you're the number 1 overall pick, you're looking for one of the top players in all of football. And I agree with you. He's definitely not that. He's probably on like the 3rd level, maybe the 2nd level of pass rushers. And considering the guy who got drafted behind him in Aiden Hutchinson, that probably 26, 27 teams of 32 in the league would have taken number 1. So if you're the Jags, you went with the guy that was considered more of a project, a guy that was considered more so of a long shot. I think that pick, it didn't backfire on them, certainly, but you would rather have the production of a guy like Aiden Hutchinson. So like you said, still with the team, signed a second contract, productive player, not what you're looking for out of a number 1 overall pick. So I agree, Pat. I think B-. I think that's a good grade.
Yeah. So that brings us to Aiden Hutchinson. I'll let you go first, Teal. We'll kind of go back and forth. So I kind of know where you're leaning, but go ahead. Aiden Hutchinson, Detroit Lions, 2nd overall pick in 2022. What would you give that grade?
Yeah, I think you got to give it, at no worse than A. I certainly could hear arguments for an A+. I think it's a solid A. When Walker goes 1, Hutchinson is the play it too. Like there's no ifs, and, or buts. So the fact he fell in their lap, Michigan guy, and you get him with the Lions. He's one of the best pass rushers in football. Just a perfect player for that Dan Campbell culture and that system. I think we all agree it's a matter of time probably before he wins a Defensive Player of the Year as long as he stays healthy. So Hutchinson, you get him at number 2. He's already one of the best pass rushers in football. I think he's a solid A for the Lions.
Yeah, A+ for me, honestly. This is about as perfect of a draft pick as you could have. The only thing that I could see you giving an A for is that nasty broken leg injury that he had in 2024. But, he came back this year and had 14 and a half sacks and 4 forced fumbles. So it's like, didn't even slow down, in this first year back from a gruesome injury. He got his 4-year, $180 million contract extension last October. So you're paying him top dollar to be a pass rusher. And this is a guy that in 3 full healthy seasons, 9.5 sacks and 3 interceptions, rookie season, 11.5 sacks and an interception and 3 forced fumbles. And then this past year, coming off the injury, played every game, 14.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, and an interception. He's one of the best pass rushers in football. If he's not in the top 5, he's right outside at number 6 or number 7. That's about as perfect as you could hope for a draft pick. He is one of the faces of that team. I give it an A+. All right. 3rd overall pick in that draft, Derek Stingley Jr. from LSU. This is also an A+ for me here, PJ, which, a lot of the times you could poke a lot of holes in the top 3 picks of the draft. But again, Derek Stingley Jr., 3-year, $90 million contract last year with the Texans. He's one of the best corners in all of football. You look at his first 4 seasons. In the last 3 years, 4 interceptions, 5 interceptions, 5 interceptions. You just don't want to throw this guy's way. Part of the reason Houston's defense is so amazing is, yes, the pass rushing ability to get after the quarterback. But then you look at the secondary, and you've got one of the top corners in all of football, and Derek Stingley Jr., maybe the second best corner behind Pat Surtain, absolutely in the top 3 corners in all of football. Yeah, I'd say that's a home run of a pick at number 3 overall. It's another A+ for me.
100%. This is also an A+. The difference why Hutchinson isn't an A+, and I'll give Stingley an A+, is, Pat, at the time when the Texans were on the clock at 3, Stingley wasn't necessarily a slam dunk home run prospect like Hutchinson was. Nobody could deny the talent. A lot of people had him going 3 to Houston, but there was a little uncertainty with kind of how his career finished at LSU and how great he was his freshman year, the inconsistencies as a sophomore and a junior. I just remember at the time, there wasn't not everybody was sold on Stingley. So for the Texans to take a little bit of a risk on him going at 3 and for him to turn into one of the premier corners in football, like you said, A+ for Houston getting Stingley at 3.
Okay, 4th pick overall in that draft was Sauce Gardner to the New York Jets. Now, Sauce is no longer on the team. They traded him and got a first-round pick back from the Indianapolis Colts this past season. So, PJ, this is an interesting one, a unique one. How would you grade this draft pick of Sauce Gardner at 4 to the Jets?
It is an interesting one, Pat, but I'd actually give it an A+ because with the time he was with the Jets, he was arguably the best corner in football. He was unbelievable. That's exactly what you want when you draft a guy at number 4. You want a lockdown corner, and that's what Sauce gave you. Why I give it an A+ is even though he's no longer on the Jets, it's the return that they got for Sauce. Getting those 2 first-round picks. Pat, how many times do we see it across all the sports where you have a losing franchise, a team that should move off a guy to get assets, and they don't do it? The Jets sold at the right time. They got great draft capital for it. And not only did they get great draft capital, you're getting capital from a team in the Colts that has blow-up potential. Daniel Jones, who's coming off an injury, if he's hurt again, I mean, that could turn into a top 10, maybe even a top 5 pick. So not only the return, but the team that you traded it for. The Jets obviously had the 3 first-rounders this year. They got 3 more upcoming next year. They're in a great spot, and a big part of it is because of this Sauce trade. So when he played for you, he was an awesome player and one of the best corners in football. You trade him away, and you get a great return. So I think he's an A+ because this is what you want. You want to draft a guy. He's great for you. If it doesn't work out and you need to rebuild, you want to hope to flip him for good draft capital. That's what the Jets did. I'll give it an A+.
I will give it an A-. And here's why. Because you did trade him. And we don't know what those first-round draft picks are going to turn into, right? One of them was, I'm trying to think, what did the Jets, that was the 16th pick, right? That they ended up.
Yeah.
Who did the Jets take with the 16th pick off top? Oh, they took Kenyon Sadiq. Yeah, so, I mean, look, on paper, I love that. If Kenyon Sadiq turns into one of the best tight ends in football, then this goes to an A+. But, again, we'll see what the other first-round draft pick becomes next year. And, yes, the first 2 years, he was one of the best corners, if not the best corner in football. Back-to-back first-team All-Pro. 2024 was a brutal season for Sauce Gardner. I didn't think he was very good. He can't tackle, always committing penalties. And then the start of this year wasn't very good for the Jets either. That being said, you do get 2 first-round picks for him. If you hit on one of those picks, then yes, it's basically you got 2 amazing years. The Jets didn't do a whole lot of winning with them. I mean, that's not on Sauce Gardner's fault. Like, they nailed the pick. The guy was immediately a 2-time first-team All-Pro. So hard to crush the Jets for that. I still give it an A- though, because you did trade him. And until we see Kenyon Sadiq become a tremendous player and whatever they make of that first-round pick next year, especially if it's from the Colts and it's in the top 15, that's great. I can't give it an A+ yet. A- though, for me. All right, number 5. This is where we're going to start getting some lopsided grades here. And, of course, it comes to my New York Giants. Kayvon Thibodeau for the New York Giants. Somehow this was not their worst first-round pick in that draft in the top 10. I give this one a D. Kayvon Thibodeau has just been a flat-out disappointment in the last 2 seasons. I thought he was going to turn into an All-Pro. Rookie season, he had some very flash-in-the-pan moments. 2 forced fumbles, a touchdown, 4 sacks. But he was inconsistent. His second year, 11.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles. I thought this guy was going to become a star. The last 2 seasons, Kayvon Thibodeau has regressed in a big way. And to the point where we don't know if he was going to get traded. He still could get traded. That is reportedly much less likely now, according to Ryan Dunleavy of the New York Post. That was after he did not get traded during the draft, which I thought was going to happen. Just 8 sacks combined in the past 2 seasons. Struggles to make an impact in the big games. Also has been hurt the last 2 years now. This is a D for me for the New York Giants at number 5, getting Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, I'd give it a C probably with Thibodeau. I mean, he's shown you flashes at times, but he's just way too inconsistent. And, Thibodeau playing on that Giants defensive line, it just feels like he should be a lot more productive than what he was. And then you consider the fact they took him number 5 overall. And again, you look at the three guys that we just talked about, Sauce, Stingley, Hutchinson, and how those guys have performed. I mean, that's what you're looking for when you draft guys in the top 5 that early. You're looking for them to be some of the best players in their position, and Thibodeau just hasn't been that. So you give it a D. You know better than me as a Giants fan, Pat. I think that's fair. I'll go C- for Thibodeau.
Okay, finally, really quickly here, rapid fire. Biggest bust of the draft in that year and biggest steal in 2022. Easy one for me. Biggest bust, Evan Neal. 2 picks later at 7 for the Giants. One of the worst offensive linemen in all of football. Still on the team somehow. The Giants gave him a 1-year contract extension, basically at the league minimum. Biggest bust hands down. And you know him from Alabama. He looked great coming out of Bama. Terrible. Just an absolutely terrible football player all around. For me, biggest steal in that draft was probably, I'll let you maybe give some kudos here to your Ravens. I'll say the biggest steal in that draft was Trent McDuffie to the Chiefs at 21, the corner from Washington, who they just traded to the Rams and got a first-round pick back. But, again, we're talking about in the 20s. He's still in the first round. But in the 20s, you got a great all-pro caliber corner. I think that was probably the steal of that draft for Kansas City.
Biggest bust for me, Pat, I'll go Treylon Burks for Tennessee, because keep in mind that they traded that pick for A.J. Brown, right? They were on the clock, and they looked at Burks and thought he was going to be the replacement. I mean, just nowhere near. What a bust he was. So I'll go Burks, biggest bust. And then, I mean, again, you really could argue both the Ravens picks, Linderbaum at 25, but how about Kyle Hamilton at 14? Pat, you and I are both saying Caleb Downs is going to be this year's Kyle. We had a feeling he was going to fall further than he should, and he's going to turn into one of the best safeties in the NFL. I still couldn't believe when the Ravens were on the clock at 14, Kyle Hamilton was on the board. I loved the pick then. I still love it now. I think that was the biggest steal in the 2022 first-round draft was Hamilton 14 of the Ravens.
Tough to argue with that. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll talk to Hunter Brody, Philly Sports, WIP, because Philly right now, they got the Flyers in the second round. You got the Sixers playing a Game 7 tomorrow. The Phillies fired their manager, and they've won 3 in a row. So we'll talk to Hunter Brody when we come back, a.k.a. Broads. He's PJ Glasser, and for Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. My co-host tonight is PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. 6 elimination games in the postseason underway tonight. Pistons lead the Magic 16-12 early going in the first quarter in the NBA. Game 6 in Orlando in that one. Magic trying to win the series. And on the ice, a big Game 6 up north at the Bell Center. Canadiens and the Lightning scoreless right now, 7 minutes into the first period, with the Habs trying to put the Bolts season to bed. Let's talk a little Philly sports, though, right now, because Philadelphia is jumping with the Flyers going on to the second round to take on the Hurricanes. The Sixers playing a Game 7 tomorrow night against the Celtics. The Phillies fire their manager, and they've won 3 in a row since, and we're only a week removed from the NFL draft, so still a lot of fresh takes to be had about the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's talk to a guy that's about as locked in as possible. Hunter Brody, a.k.a. Broads, founder of Broads Media, is also a host on our Odyssey sister station, WIP in Philadelphia. You can find him on Twitter at Broads81. Broads, this is probably one of the most jumping times in Philly sports in quite some time. How are you feeling right now?
Gross and ugly, because I'm looking at my mugshot here on the camera, and this greasy beard is disgusting. My wife hates me. It tickles when, and it's just unbelievable. So it's, what was the question? I look like an ugly piece of crap.
Well, you got your own version of your own playoff beard going right now, but let's start with the Sixers, right? Trust the process. It was hard to trust anything, bro. It's about this team 5 days ago. Joel Embiid comes back from his appendectomy and withers basically after the first few minutes of the game. Celtics go up 16 and they win the game by 32 to make it a 3-1 series. But then the last 2 games, dare I say it, bros, vintage Embiid in so many ways, and Tyrese max effort, Maxey killing the C's in the paint. Philly has climbed all the way back to force a Game 7 in Boston tomorrow night. Momentum's a hell of a drug, but so is three-point shooting. Which reigns supreme tomorrow? Philly's adjustments and Uncle Mo, or does Boston figure it out from deep tomorrow and win comfortably? How do you think Game 7 goes down tomorrow night? What's your confidence level in the Sixers pulling it off?
I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but I actually think the Sixers are going to handle business. There's just something about the way PG is playing right now. He is unbelievable. It's crazy. It's great. Now, actually, the last time we did this and you asked me a similar question, I told you I was flying high thinking the Birds are going to annihilate San Fran, and I was way off target. And I'm reliving that right now, deja vu in my head the second I started vomiting out my mouth. So take this with a grain of salt. With that said, the Sixers are going to handle business. I think Nick Nurse has figured something out to make sure that three-point line is hectic and chaos. And, I didn't see Game 6 being, the Celtics just couldn't find the back of the net. I looked at that as the Sixers made them uncomfortable. And you could see in the demeanor when they were walking back to the bench and this and that, they just look almost stunned or shocked or something of that nature. So whether it's Oubre defensively on Jaylen Brown for a possession that made me lose my mind, or PG defensively, Embiid coming back, and if he's not scoring, he's getting some assists and he's finding ways to get his teammates going. The Sixers look like maybe they got a little bit more of that pop right now, and we'll see where it goes. So I feel pretty good.
Bros, have these last 2 games maybe changed your mind at all? And I don't know where you stood on the Sixers can win with Embiid in the postseason, but that's obviously the big question. We know what he can do in the regular season. Can he stay healthy this time of the year, and can the Sixers go on a run? Now that you've kind of seen how well Paul George has played with them, Maxey keeps doing his thing. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, has the last 2 games, now that you got a glimpse of it, showed you that, you know what? If the big fella can stay healthy with what they put around him, maybe this team can make a run this year, maybe the next couple of years. What do you think? Can they make a run with Embiid?
Yeah, I'm a huge Joel guy, and this city is very split. There are the people that say, screw him, I don't even want to see him anymore. Then there are the people that are like me that still have that soft spot, and I definitely am appreciating Embiid forever. But I feel like I've done this so many times. That question's a good question. I just feel I've literally asked myself that question. If he can stay healthy, what can this look like? Literally for 12 years in a row. 12 years in a row. So at what point do I know the answer? But to your point, if they go on the road And they beat Boston. Three straight, it would be 3 road wins in the TD Garden. At that point, I go, hey, I don't know. So that means I'll do it again for a 13th year. That's all. I love Embiid. I'm willing to give it a shot and see where it goes forever, it feels like. But if I'm being truthful and honest, man, I feel like I know the end of this story. It's just more and more big picture issues with him and his knee due to his size. Way to bring the morale down, dude. I was riding high thinking we're going to go win in the Garden. And now I'm like, oh, big picture, we're screwed.
All right. Well, let's get you back up here. Let's transition. Let's talk some puck here on the ice. You've been on this roller coaster ride all year with the Flyers. Less than a 4% chance to make the playoffs out of the All-Star and the Olympics break. 14% chance to make the playoffs in mid-March. And here they are, Broads, in the second round, having vanquished Sidney Crosby, Malkin, and the Pens. It nearly went from 3-0 to 3 games all the other night, though. So what was that like watching that Game 6? A goalless game that goes to overtime. And overall, what do you think about this team now after watching that series? Like, paint the national audience a picture of who this Flyers team is.
Yeah, I think the Flyers team is that team where if you have no dog in the fight, you watch them and then you end up really enjoying them and rooting for them. We all see this it's not the same as March Madness, but you find a team and then if they end up winning a couple of rounds as a 10 or 11 seed, they're good, but they're not great and they can hang a 9 seed, whatever. And they kind of make some noise. You fall in love with them because they play hard and they're gritty and they always, leave it all out there. That's this Flyers team. It's like you got youth and Porter Martone and Trevor Zegras after a big trade with Anaheim, and Drysdale is sort of re-emerging a bit on the back end. And there's just something to Dan Vladar stepping up and being this rock star after he was a career backup and he just left Calgary. And there's so many questions on what you're doing in the net. So Tocchet comes over and he's an interesting presence. And Matvei Michkov, it's just like, it's a really cool group to root for. And there is a big jump going from the Penguins to Carolina. And I'm almost intrigued as a fan to see how they've earned a chance to take the test. I'm curious how they do on the test. That's sort of how I'm looking at this Canes series, because there's some natural questions about, are the Canes built for this time of the year or not? So there's a lot of pressure on them. And how do the Flyers handle that house money type of vibe? So I was uncomfortable when the Penguins made it 3-2, but I wasn't panicking. And yeah, that Game 6 reminded me of what playoff hockey was that haven't had in town in forever. But ultimately, that's sort of a lot of different ways for me to describe what I see in this team, who they are, and looking ahead and looking back.
Do you continue, Broads? Because towards the end of that Flyers and Penguins series, we saw a bunch of low-scoring games. I mean, that Game 6 was scoreless going in to OT. Do you think maybe, first couple games of the series, first 2-3 games, maybe a little open scoring, and then if we get to the later parts, we start to see the defense clamp down again like that? Or do you think the Flyers are going to try and continue to play this same way, win games 1-0, 2-1, that sort of thing?
It's probably going to be the latter, because they have to, right? There's a reason why they put Matvei Michkov back in the lineup, because they're so desperate for his offensive awareness and ability. And, like you need it. Like you need it because you're so thin in some of these other areas. They don't score on the power play. They're 32nd in the league. It's almost something that hurts you when you have a man advantage, which I've never seen before. So, yeah, I think what they're going to try and do is something similar to what they did in the early stages of the Penguin series, which is they ran this 1-1-3 neutral zone forecheck. It clogged up the middle. It didn't allow Pittsburgh to enter the zone with speed, and then the Penguins made their adjustment, and that's why the back end of the series, I think, opened up more. But if Tocchet's going to do this the right way, it's try to suffocate Carolina and limit their chances and muck it up in the middle of the ice as much as possible. And the question is, can they do it, or will the Hurricanes just be too much? Because, well, Sebastian Aho and Svechnikov and these guys, they're in a different part of their journey right now, for sure.
We're talking with Hunter Brody, a.k.a. Broads, here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad tonight. Broads, host at our sister station, WIP Sports Radio in Philadelphia. He's the founder of Broads Media, named after himself. You can find him on Twitter at Broads81. Broads, let's talk some Phillies baseball here, because, again, they've been in the national headlines. Rob Thompson basically got the same fate as when he took over for Joe Girardi. They fired Joe in 2022 after a brutal start. Topper gets him all the way to the World Series, but then the last couple of years, and it was the NLCS, wild card round, wild card round, postseason or divisional round, postseason regression each of the last few years, and then a 9-19 start this season. That was the end of Rob Thompson. But was this on Topper, or do you think President Dave Dombrowski and GM Preston Mattingly, Donnie Baseball's son, you think those guys, you think the front office should get more of the blame? I mean, overall, was it the right move to fire Rob Thompson?
So I think it was the right move to fire him. But to your point, this is way more on Dave Dombrowski, and not only the decisions that he made. We're paying Taiwan Walker to not be here, Nick Castellanos to not be here, JT Realmuto. Who would have thought the 55-year-old catcher that you signed to a big contract got hurt 20 games in? I mean, the Garcia thing, it's a 1-year, $10 million. Every single one he's tried since being here has failed. Max Kepler takes steroids. Austin Hayes couldn't even hit 100. I mean, it's like all these things. So it's way more on Dave Dombrowski, without a doubt. With that said, though, I do think firing Rob is justified. Not because he's a bad manager, because I think he is a good manager, but I do think that the message got stale. And because the message got stale, it's the nature of the business. And I think he's too good of a manager to allow his message to get stale so quickly. Like, he's one way, right? It's like, this is the way I'm going down. It's almost like the Celtics with the threes. I'm either going to hit 50 billion, I'm going to hit zero, I'm living and dying with it. And I think with Rob, he was so like, I believe in my guys. I believe in my guys. I believe in Bryce. I don't have to talk to Bryce. Bryce made a mistake. He knows he made a mistake. I believe in them. I believe in them. It's like, well, at some point, you got to zig a little when they think you're going to zag, just to keep everybody on their toes. He lived and died with Rob Thompson managerial thoughts, and that brings you very far. But I also think it made everything a little weird internally when he's too good of a manager for it to get this stale this quickly. So I think it's one of those things where, truthfully, I don't want Dave here. I don't want Rob here. I want Kevin Long fired, the hitting coach. And I'm in that mentality. But Donnie Baseball, 3-0. They had bunting practice the other day. This dude's got bunting practice where they had to cancel tickets for season ticket holders to come in for batting practice. They had to cancel because they were bunting instead of actually hitting homers. So maybe Donnie Baseball knows a thing or two.
We're getting back to the fundamentals, bros, with the Phillies. The big question, I mean, look, it's May 1st. There's a lot of baseball left. Do you think the Phillies can make a run? Like, do you think there's a chance this team maybe could get themselves back in the playoff race?
It's not impossible. Now, I don't know if the Braves are just going to keep soaring, and like, that's a hard thing to win the division, but with the wild card spots, obviously it's a different story. Yes, there's enough time. It's just one of those things where this is what I ask myself. It happened the last time you made the managerial change. Joe Girardi out, Rob Thompson in, awesome journey. Is that something that is sustainable? Can you go to that lever with the same group, may I add, who's just older? So it's the same guys. You're lucky that worked once. You're telling me the same mesh and the same core, it can work again? Maybe the answer is yes. Maybe because they did it before, they know how to do it again. My fear is, well, I mean, you only can push so many buttons, and you already pushed that button with this group and it worked. Can you keep pushing that button, or at some point does it fizzle? So I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. I do think it's possible just because on paper they're a good team, even though it never really shows that way. Fundamentally, they're gross, but maybe Donnie Baseball changes it. And, the other side is it's a tall task because you dug yourself such a hole. I don't know which way this goes, but there's a lot of ball left. I guess I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but I don't like them.
Yeah, and I don't blame you for not liking them because, I'm used to being in the New York City area. I'm a Yankee fan, but I see how the Mets are playing, and you guys are basically battling each other to see who could be the more pathetic, mentally weak team with a $300 million plus payroll. We're talking to Hunter Brody, a.k.a. Broads, here for another 2 minutes or so on BetMGM tonight. He's a host at WIP Sports Radio in Philadelphia. Make sure you check him out on Twitter. Subscribe to his YouTube channel, Broads Media. Finally, Broads, we're a week removed from the NFL draft. Even if you didn't believe Adam Schefter's report about an A.J. Brown trade, I think Howie Roseman sealed it when they drafted Mekhi Lemon in the first round. And I got to say, I love it that they stole him right from under Pittsburgh's noses. Philly, you had the Flyers beating the Penguins. You got the Eagles taking away a draft pick from the Steelers. They're on the phone with Mekhi Lemon. He goes, wait, why's Philly calling me? But assess the draft as a whole for the Birds. How do you think it went?
Yeah, listen, with Howie Roseman, you normally walk away going, I feel pretty good. Even if you don't even feel pretty good, you naturally just feel pretty good because you convince yourself Howie Roseman knows everything under the sun. But no, I do think it was a strong one. I mean, you mentioned it. You go get Lemon. I heard a couple people say they feel he was, maybe one of the most underrated players in the draft at the wide receiver position and this and that. And I'm excited. You know what I really love about it is it seems like when they brought in Sean Mannion, like they told us they were going to change things and they acted that they're going to change it. Even the tight end that they got in the second round in Stowers from Vanderbilt, like this is Jalen. I'm a huge Jalen guy. I'm getting a tattoo on my thigh as a radio bit. And I won the bet and I'm still actually doing it. So I'm the sicko. But yeah, I'm getting a Jalen tattoo on the inner thigh. We're going to do a whole radio show around it. I love the guy's my point. So he's going to do, like under center stuff, over the middle stuff. And people think he can't do it. Well, they're telling you based off the personnel, Sean Mannion's going to have his fingertips all over this and run a new system. So it's going to be a lot of fun. The Grenard trade, dude, a pass rusher like that, if I can get double-digit sacks and add that to Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and that whole crew with Vic Fangio in the secondary, it'll be fun. Then he got the third round tackle. He was like 7'9". And we can do another Jordan Mailata thing. So you walk away feeling like they've answered, got some answers here with some newness and some new flavor, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, and you got the guy from Africa, from the international program. Watch him turn into an all-pro. And that'll be next.
I know. Yep.
Broads, appreciate your time, dude. You got a lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of tools in the oven. A lot of fish in the pan. Very exciting time for you. Good luck to your Flyers. Good luck to your Sixers, but only for one more game because then I want the Knicks to just absolutely annihilate them. And maybe the Phillies can make it a very exciting summer in Philly and not not one where you're just dying to get back to Birds football. So appreciate the time as always, brother. Can't wait to chat with you soon.
Of course, you got it, guys. This banana split I just devoured is making me very uncomfortable.
Well, go take care of that. Go take care of that while the Phillies are playing the Marlins. I don't know what's uncomfortable. Maybe losing a series to the Marlins after winning 3 in a row or that banana split you had from friendlies. But either way, I'm glad that I don't have to deal with it. There you go. Broads. Oh, that was a rough. By the way, when's the last time you ever had a banana split, PJ?
I know. Been a long time. Been a long time.
Yeah. Banana split.
That wouldn't sit with That wouldn't sit well with me either, Pat. If I had one of those.
I like bananas every morning. I don't know about my ice cream. It's a throwback. Don't get me wrong. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. Number to join the show. We're going to talk a little Kentucky Derby because it is tomorrow. And we got a big guest coming up at the top of the hour. So I don't know anything about horses. I ain't going to pretend to know anything about horses. But PJ and Combs will give out some picks. Pick who we think is going to win this thing tomorrow. And we'll get you caught up on the playoff scores when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Quick scoreboard update here. Let's start with the NBA playoffs. Again, 3 Game 6s tonight, 3 elimination games. In Orlando, the Magic trying to knock out the number 1 seed Detroit Pistons, and they are up double digits. It's 38-28 Orlando. Midway through the second quarter, they are starting to pull away here. A big run. 13-2 run to start the second quarter. Desmond Bane leading the way with 7 points. Anthony Black has 5 points off the bench for Orlando. Paolo Banchero with 4 points on just 1 of 6 shooting. But for Detroit, their offense is going in the hole right now. Cade Cunningham just 4 points on 1 of 5 shooting. They're led again by Tobias Harris with 6 points. So Orlando with a big run right now. We'll see if Detroit can answer back. And then in Toronto, Game 6, the Cavaliers trying to knock the Raptors out. Toronto trying to force a Game 7 if they can win it at home tonight. Cavs lead it 12-10. First couple of minutes of the ball game in that one. On the ice, we've got 3 Game 6s tonight as well. Lightning and the Canadiens scoreless after the first period. The Buffalo Sabres trying to knock out the Boston Bruins in the Garden. In the TD Garden in Game 6, Buffalo up 1-0. They got a goal from Alex, I believe it's Alex Tuck, if I'm not mistaken, PJ, right? Alex Tuck with his 4th goal of the postseason. Buffalo up 1-0 on the Boston Bruins. And our video producer, Michael Montgomery, he's off on vacation. So we got Max Sheedy filling in, and Max, a Rochester, New York native. Max is a giant Sabres fan. So Max is rooting like hell for the Buffalo Sabres to win the first postseason series in almost 2 decades. So that game is off to a good start for Buffalo. All right, PJ, we're less than 24 hours away from the Kentucky Derby, and I'm just going to be honest. I'll be into it. I don't know jack squat about horses, but why don't we have some fun? Why don't we pick our top 5 plays for tomorrow's race? Why don't we pick who wins the Kentucky Derby? I'll let you go first here. However much background you want to give about it, but what do you think? How does the Derby at Churchill Downs play out tomorrow?
All right, so I've reached out to my horse racing people, Pat, and these are the 5 we've come up with that we're rolling tomorrow. My favorite is going to be Further Ado, the 18th horse, the 18 horse. This horse, I should say, apparently is very, very good. His last race that he ran in was maybe the most impressive race and performance that any of the horses in the field have had. So been told Further Ado is somebody to look at. Emerging Market is somebody that I like as well, the 15 horse. He's only raced twice, but he has won both of those races. A lot of upside, and he is one of the best jockeys riding the 15 in Flavian Pratt. So we'll take Emerging Market, the 15. Renegade is the favorite, and the favorite hasn't won the Kentucky Derby actually in 7 straight years. So you have the Do theory. You also have one of the best trainers in the world in Todd Pletcher training Renegade, and a very good jockey as well in Irad Ortiz. So we're taking the 1 Renegade. Then we're going with Danon Bourbon, the 7. This is a Japanese horse, Pat. I don't feel like these people are bringing over a horse from Japan if they don't feel like he's going to compete. So we're taking the 7, Danon Bourbon, and then we're going with Patente, the 14, because he's trained by Bob Baffert. And if you're giving me a Bob Baffert horse at 20-1, I'm going to take it. So Patente, the 14, going to round out my top 5. So Further Ado, 18, Emerging Market, 15, Renegade, 1, Danon Bourbon, 7, Patente, 14. Those are going to be my top 5.
Okay, awesome. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. By the way, in our show chat, Combs said that can't. You know, Combs, I'll let you say it yourself. What do you have to say about PJ's top 5?
I said that can't be good. PJ just said he called his horse racing people.
I did.
And me and him don't have one horse in common, so that can't be good for me. But I have a different strategy. Okay, so no matter what, every single year, I go for the number 3 horse and the number 5 horse. The number 3 is my lucky number, and the number 5 is my late father-in-law's lucky number. So every year I bet the 3 horse and I bet the 5 horse. This year it just so happens that the 3 horse is like 55-1 odds. So little bit of a long shot, but I like it. You know, there's nothing better than 55-1 money. I'll tell you that much if it wins. So 3 and 5, Intrepido and Right to Party. Plus, I mean, come on. You got to fight for your right to party. It's a great name. I mean,
That is a good
I
name.
guess this horse is going to win. All right, then I've got number 9, the Puma. I've got Chief Wallaby and Commandment. Chief Wallaby did a little tiny bit of research. Is a horse that a lot of people think is a sleeper in this race, and this is only his 4th race that he's running. He won one, finished second in one, finished third in one, and the other 2 horses that he lost to in those races are the Puma and Commandment, my other 2 horses. So, Intrepido, Right to Party, the Puma, Chief Wallaby, and Commandment are my 5 horses.
Bang. Bang. Sometimes you just got to pick off the names. You got to pick according to the names. You know what I'm going to do? And I hate being the guy that's like, I don't really know anything about this sport, but I mean, I really don't. And I could just basically regurgitate stuff that I read online. But I do know the one thing is that it's most favorable to be in the middle, right? Like the middle posts, like there's 24 posts. And that's why I heard Renegade is the favorite, but he's on the rail. Like he's the number 1 post. And I don't think a horse has won the Kentucky Derby starting in the number 1 post in 40 years. So I would assume the ones in the middle have the best chance, right? Like when you're running track, you want to be on the inside of the track. I think for horse racing, you want to be in the middle. I'm just going to basically take the 5 horses that I like names the best in the middle. Give me the Puma, number 9 horse. Give me the Wonder Dean, the number 10 horse. Give me Chief Wallaby, the number 12 horse. Give me Patente, and you got the Bob Baffert angle. I like what PJ's saying. Bob Baffert, the most successful one at 14. And give me Emerging Market, the 15 horse at 11-1. Just because. All right? Screw it.
Why not?
That was fun. All right, let's talk to somebody that actually is an expert on the Kentucky Derby. Let's get all the answers from Steve Bick when we return. He's going to join us, host of At the Horse Races on SiriusXM, and he's the co-host of the NBC Radio Kentucky Derby pre-show. Steve Bick going to join us next to talk Churchill Downs in the big race tomorrow, right here on BetMGM Tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and my co-host for tonight is the Glass Man, PJ Glasser. He's in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I got a little Friday night grub. I had to move the plate from one side to the other. Don't want to put my elbow in it, PJ. Here at Boyle Studios. We are efforting the great Steve Bick here to talk a little Kentucky Derby. Last segment, we just threw out some horses that we think can win the thing, which is tomorrow, which I didn't even know about until yesterday. I was like, wait, when's the Kentucky Derby? I was like, oh, Saturday, May 2nd? That's literally this Saturday. So it'll be going off in about 22 hours from now. And if you blink, you might miss it because it's a 2-minute race, but it's plenty of fun. All the festivities leading up to it here. So, PJ, while we are trying to get Steve Bick on the phone, let's just get a scoreboard update here because one of these results is definitely eye-opening to say the least so far. You and I both like the Magic to win this game tonight. Game 6 against the Detroit Pistons. Orlando trying to knock the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference out of the playoffs, and they lead Detroit 54-38. Up by 16 with 2.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Detroit's offense has gone ice cold here in the second. And how about Desmond Bane? 15 points already here in the first half, going absolutely nuclear, while Paolo Banchero has just 4 points. For Detroit, Cade Cunningham has 8. They're led by Tobias Harris with 10, but I feel like every time I keep looking over, it's just another 3-ball from the Orlando Magic. They are taking it to Detroit here in this elimination game.
Yeah, the bench right now, the difference, Pat, you got 20 bench points for the Magic, only 7 for Detroit. It's a 16-point game. 9 players have scored for the Magic in this game, only 7 for the Pistons. So the Magic don't get enough credit for how deep of a team that they are, but their bench has been very good in this series. Anthony Black's giving them a nice spark off the bench as their 6th man, and they're really doing it without Paolo. I mean, he's only got 4 points in 17 minutes. He's 1 for 6 from the field. You said it, though, man. Bane, what's ever going on with that dude? He has been unbelievable the last couple games in Orlando. Feels like the Pistons definitely have a run in them. I don't know if they're going to win the game, but I certainly think they're going to cut into this deficit. I'm curious what the live line is right now. 10.5. I think that's a good number, Pat. So you're watching the game, maybe want to make some money. I think Pistons 10.5 is a good bet. They're going to make a run. Don't think they win the game, but I think it's going to be close. But certainly surprising. Like you said, we both like the Magic to win. I don't think I saw the Magic at any point being up by as many as 18 points in the game.
Yeah. Look, I mean, like you said, we like the Magic before the game, and so that's it for me. I'm fine. Hopefully, watching this thing play out the way it plays out. Maybe if you wanted to hedge Detroit, that'd be one thing. How about the other game going on right now? Game 6 in Toronto. The Raptors needing to win to stay alive and try to force a Game 7 back in Cleveland. Right now, 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. The Cavaliers lead the Raptors 30-24. James Harden, 4 points. Not bad. Evan Mobley leading the way, though. 8 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists for Cleveland. Meanwhile, for Toronto, again, no Brandon Ingram. And he wasn't very good in the series when he was playing. He's got a heel injury. Emmanuel quickly remains out. Scotty Barnes doing everything that he can for the Raptors. 8 points and 2 assists so far to lead the way as Toronto trails by 6 with 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. And then on the ice, end of 1 in Montreal. Lightning and Canadiens scoreless. And PJ, this series has been absolutely electric. Every single game has been decided by 1 goal. The first 3 games went to overtime. and there's never been a lead of larger than 1 goal in this series. So we're scoreless. I feel like I'm rooting for the Lightning only in the sense that because I feel like we deserve a game 7 between these two teams. Like, and you're telling me that would be Sunday, probably a Sunday afternoon. Oh, baby, that's the perfect way to kick off your Sunday, which is like a game 7 where the series, like, that game's going to be nonstop, close, action packed the entire way. But you think the Canadians win this game, but so far defense reigning supreme.
I do. That's a pretty amazing stat, Pat, that nobody's had a 2-goal lead in this entire series, and we're in game 6. It truly does not get any closer than what we've had in this Tampa-Montreal series, and game 6 has proven to be no different. I do like Montreal. I think it's going to be another 1-goal game. We certainly could see it go to overtime. Vasilevsky's doing what he needs to in elimination game. Pat, you brought up start of the show how great Tampa has been in these spots historically. They're one of the best teams in the NHL with their backs against the wall and survived a tough first period so many times, Pat. That's the toughest part, is when you're on the road, elimination game in game 6, especially. You could argue the Bell Center for a playoff game is as good as it gets in professional sports for an environment, just so rowdy. So for Vasilevsky and the Lightning to just weather the storm, keep it a scoreless game, they got to feel good at where they're at.
Okay, and then meanwhile, the Buffalo Sabres trying to put away the Bruins in Boston, game 6. Bruins need to win to force a game 7. Buffalo already up 2-0. Alex Tuch scored in the first period to start it, and then you had Matthias Samuelsson on 6 minutes later, so it's 2-0 Buffalo, and there's your scoreboard update. But let's talk some horses, shall we? Steve Bick is here. He's ready to go. He is the host of At the Horse Races on SiriusXM, and he's the co-host of the NBC Radio Kentucky Derby pre-show. It all goes down from Churchill Downs tomorrow. Steve, it's Pat Boyle and PJ Glasser. Thanks for being a part of the show, man. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Steve, the conditions both on the track and in the sky always play a huge factor in the Kentucky Derby and how the race is won. So I'll just start by asking you, what's the weather forecast looking like tomorrow at Churchill Downs, and how is that going to affect this particular race tomorrow?
It's a non-factor. The weather's been phenomenal. Today's been, it's just spectacular. It's 60 degrees. The track is perfect. Tomorrow's going to be similar. Non-factor. In fact, if anything, it's a positive because cool weather is good for the horses. So no, not a wet track to worry about. Not a single issue.
Steve, as you know, the Derby is one of these sporting events where all of us generic sports fans, we all tune in, we all gather around the TV to watch the Derby. So for people that want to handicap the race, what do you think is the most important metric that you look at that you usually think decides the winner of the Derby year in and year out?
Derby is different than, a standard Saturday stake or, it's different because all of these horses are going to be running 10 a quarter for the first time. Now, there's some of them that have gone 1 mile and 3/16, which is the distance of the Preakness, 9.5 furlongs. So they're only 100 yards short of 1 mile and a quarter. But for the most part, Derby horses have gone 1 mile and 1/8. So they're going a distance they've never gone before. So pedigree comes into play. That is seemingly the thing that you go worry about first. Is this a horse that is going to excel or even improve with added distance? And then it's their form. It's their record. What kind of a horse are they? Are they a horse that's shown a little extra grit? There's a lot of people that love Commandment coming out of Florida and the Florida Derby because he has shown a real toughness, a horse that doesn't want to be passed, essentially. And he's dug in. So Commandment scores points, for being seasoned. He's also won 4 straight races. But I think the biggest metric, the first thing that I worry about, not just for Derby, but for any handicapping purpose, is speed, is how fast has this horse gone versus the rest of the field. And there's many different ways to measure speed. I think the most familiar to the public are the Beyer speed figures, Andy Beyer's groundbreaking figures. That really was the first time that a measurement of how fast a horse had run was out for the public consumption. And then there's some other performance figures, premium performance figures, Thorograph, Ragozin. There's computerized figures. So there's all different kinds of measurements of how fast a horse has run, pace adjusted in some cases. Randy Moss, who you all know, Randy famously created pace figures. So there's all different measurements, and you kind of stew it all together, and then you factor in odds. Once you've created your own mental picture of who the contenders are, then you may move some up or down based on their price and your perception of how likely they are to succeed. And that's what makes it so much fun. That's what makes this race so much fun, and that's what makes playing the horses so much fun, because you're also betting not against the house, although the house does take a cut, but you're betting against everybody else at the racetrack. And if you're smarter than them on the day, you get paid.
Yeah, that's damn sure. We're talking to Steve Bick here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Pat Boyle, PJ Glasser. PJ filling in for Brad tonight. Steve is host of At the Horse Races on Sirius XM. He's co-host of the NBC Radio Kentucky Derby pre-show. It all goes down tomorrow evening. Steve, Renegade is the favorite to win the race tomorrow at 5-1 odds, but got a brutal post position draw, right? On the rail at the number one post. Why does that make it tough for a horse to win when they start at that position? And do you think Renegade can overcome it and make some history?
I think he can overcome it. I'm sort of against him for that and other reasons. I think his price is going to be too short for the assignment and for what he's dealing with. The reason it's a problem, and the reason it's particularly a problem for him potentially, I mean, he's got Irad Ortiz, who is probably one of, or if not the best jock in the game. The problem is you've got 20 horses. So there's 19 horses to Irad and Renegade's right. They've got the length of the stretch, 1,234 feet, before they hit the first turn. So you've got all these horses outside of him, they're not going to go around the turn. They don't want to go around the turn even 5 wide or 4 wide. They want to get down toward the rail. So the problem that Renegade faces from the one hole is he doesn't have tremendous early speed, and he's going to have probably a dozen horses at least, maybe 14 horses that are crushing down as Irad is trying to get early position on the rail. You're going to have all these horses coming over and down, and the risk is that he gets shuffled back and is left with more to do than he would want, that Irad and the horse would want. Now, it doesn't doom him, because if you saw him in the Arkansas Derby, the move that he made that reached contention and then saw him win off by 4 or 5 widening lengths, that's a trip that works pretty well in the Derby. And there are people who think that Irad will be fine, even if he is shuffled back to 17th or 18th, that he can just bide his time, make up some ground on the backstretch, and then make that big move. So he's not doomed, but at 5-1, I don't want those conditions for my Derby horse.
Steve, what about the conditions for Bob Baffert's 2 horses? Litmus Test, the 4, Patente, the 14. Both of them have pretty long odds. You normally don't see, Baffert have a couple horses in this race, and for both of them to be this long shot of price, either the 4 or 14 worth a bet for you?
Well, Litmus Test happens. I go out in the winter in December. I'm usually out at Los Alamitos when they run the Futurity, and I was there for Litmus Test's win in the Los Al Futurity, and it seemed at the end of the 2-year-old season that he was going to be one of Baffert's really good 3-year-olds. It's been it's been a very strange lead up to Derby for Baffert, because he had 2 or 3 other 3-year-olds that looked like they were going to emerge. In fact, one of them is running earlier on the card in the Pat Day Mile, Crude Velocity. But he hasn't had a chance to really stretch him out yet. So he's going to go a mile. He has a horse named Cherokee Nation that'll probably show up in the Preakness. But he's a horse that has trouble getting out of the gate, and it cost him his chance at the Derby when he didn't break well in the Santa Anita Derby. So that leaves Patenti, and Patenti is kind of an interesting play. And there's a lot of people that have warmed up to him as the week has gone on. On Sunday, he turned in a 5-furlong workout in 57 seconds and change, which is, if it was anybody else but Baffert, you would say, "Oh my God, I don't want any part of this horse." He basically left his race, in the workout. But Baffert's horses work fast, and Potenti did it in a very comfortable fashion. In fact, the jock was even actually kind of restraining him a little bit. So it was unbelievable. And the track might have been fast on Sunday morning for the work, but this was crazy fast. He's very interesting because he's a fast horse. He's a Baffert horse, which means he'll be fit as can be, and he doesn't need the lead. This is not a Baffert horse that's going to go straight to the front, but is a horse that is going to be right behind the leaders. And I'll tell you, if he inherits the lead at the end of the backstretch, or is basically makes the lead by the top of the stretch, he could be very dangerous. And I actually moved him up and put him fourth in my plays. And in fact, I just put in some Oaks Derby doubles, and I kind of pressed. In fact, I pressed Baffert's Oaks horse, Explorer. There's a chance that he could sweep Baffert. There's a chance Chad Brown could sweep. There's a chance that Brad Cox could sweep the Oaks in the Derby. We'll find out in about a half an hour at who's going to go into the Derby. We'll see. Could be somebody entirely different, but Baffert's interesting at that price with Potenti.
We're talking to Steve Bick here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Steve is the host of the At the Horse Races on Sirius XM, and he's the co-host of the NBC Radio Kentucky Derby pre-show, less than 24 hours away. In your opinion, Steve, what's the most exciting storyline or angle about this Kentucky Derby? Is it Sherry DeVoe, and excuse me if I'm pronouncing her name wrong, trying to become the first female trainer to ever win the Derby with her horse Golden Tempo? Is it Mike Smith trying to become the oldest jockey to win the Kentucky Derby at 59 years old? Is it the Motts with father and son going at her, or is it something with the horses themselves? What do you think is the best storyline going into the Derby?
Well, you've hit most of the most interesting stories. I mean, certainly Riley Mott showing up at the Derby with his first two Derby starters, Albus and Incredibolt, is a pretty great story. And Incredibolt is the preferable of the two. And of course, with his father having won last year with Sovereignty and having a real chance, of course, with Chief Wallaby. Father and son Mott is a great story, and the backstory on the owner, Pin Oak Stud, is also tinged with sadness. Dana Bernard is the widow of Jim Bernard, who died in December unexpectedly after a brief illness, and it's a tough story. There's a couple of these. You mentioned Mike Smith, and Smith is on So Happy. And Mark Glatt is a veteran horseman, the son of a Pacific Northwest horseman, Ron Glatt. Mark is a quintessential horseman, kind of a man of few words. His wife and partner, Dina, she died basically the same week as John Sheriff's. They've got two young children, and just heartbreaking. And so for Mark to make it to his first Derby with So Happy it's both heartening and bittersweet. So there's so many stories. You mentioned Cherie. I'm very close to Cherie DeVoe, and Cherie broke into the game under Chuck Simon, who died last year after a short cancer bout. And Cherie is a wonderful story. Worked for Chad Brown after she left Chuck, and she'll be part of the NBC show tomorrow. Her horse is really nice, Golden Tempo. I think he's hard-pressed to win. He's a horse that'll become running late. He's a horse that's more likely to be third, fourth, maybe even second. But he would have to pass. He's going to have to pass about 17 or 18 horses to win. He's got Jose Ortiz, and he certainly is not without chance. It would be if Cherie wins. I don't know. They'll have to carry me out of the place. It'd be amazing. So you're really seized on a lot of the best stories going on here. There's stories with the breeders as well. I'll give you one that people haven't really noticed. Jack Oxley, who won in 2001 with Monarchos, he was set to be involved tomorrow with Silent Tactic with Marcassi, but Silent Tactic had to scratch. He's got a bruised hoof that is going to keep him out of the race. But at the same time, Jack Oxley is the breeder, he and his wife Debbie, of the number 18, Further Ado, who's got a huge chance for Brad Cox. So there's so many fabulous stories, and that's what makes this game amazing. The human participants, then there's the animals themselves who are just so easy to love and admire, and then you fold in jocks, then you fold in betting, and it's the greatest gambling game that there is.
That's very cool. Steve, we got about a minute or so left. Before Pat asks you who you like to win the race, are there any horses this week that you've gone back and forth on? You know, maybe Monday, Tuesday, you thought you were going to bet the horse, and as we've gotten here to Friday night, you sort of shied off of them, or maybe vice versa. Any horses that you keep going back and forth on before the Kentucky Derby?
Well, frankly, it's that kind of a Derby. It's a Derby where it's very easy to move from horse to horse. And when you're following this lead up to get here, you get attached to certain horses and you bet on certain horses in cash. I'll give you an example. The Puma. I latched onto the Puma right off of his career debut. Then I bet him in the Tampa Bay Derby at a great price. I thought it was tremendous that Gustavo Delgado, who won 3 years ago with Mage, I thought it was great that they ran back in the Florida Derby. He's a horse that I would love to get behind. He's got a huge chance. He's looked terrific every morning. Commandment, I talked about earlier. He's a horse who runs in a style that I love, which is very even, eighth of a mile, quarter of a mile. That's a horse I thought for sure I'd be on by the time we got here. But ultimately, I've landed on Emerging Market for Chad Brown, who is a horse trying to accomplish something that is pretty rare. He's trying to win the Derby in his third career start. This may be a very special horse. Chad has treated him like he's special from early on. He was actually ready to run last year. He had a couple of little hiccups, a couple of little weird things happened, but his two performances absolutely kind of shine as a potential that could make him special. So I'm going to latch on to that at about 12-1. So he's my key, and I'll build my tickets around him. Then behind him, Further Ado, coming out of that big Bluegrass win, he's looked terrific. And the horse that kind of grew on me over the last 2 weeks is the 11, Incredible, as mentioned with earlier with Riley Mott. So that's my group, 15, 18, 11. I'll key those three horses up and down, and I'll put some other horses underneath in tries and supers.
There you go. Great stuff. Great stuff, Steve. We appreciate the time so much, man. Enjoy the race tomorrow. Have a great pre-show. And here we go. Derby season underway. Enjoy it tomorrow, man. We can't wait to catch up with you very soon.
Anytime, PJ. Thanks, Pat. I appreciate it. And happy Derby, as they say around here.
Thanks, Steve.
There you go. The great Steve Bick, host of At the Horse Races on Sirius XM, and he'll be the co-host of the NBC Radio Kentucky Derby pre-show tomorrow. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Steve_Byk, BYK. All right, there you go. PJ, I feel great. I just threw out a couple of horses at random, last segment, and I feel like Steve is on two of those, the Puma and emerging markets. So I feel good.
I like strangely kind of love the 18 tomorrow. Steve backed up, further ado, got a lot of smart people telling me they like that horse. What could go wrong, Pat? But as of now, think I'm living and dying with the 18 horse tomorrow.
Okay. All right. We'll take a short break. The phone number to join, 310-840-4910. A WNBA team is valued at nearly $1 billion. Pretty wild. Leads us to ask the question, what are the highest team valuations in all sports? Plus, we get you a playoff scoreboard update when we return. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, filling in for Brad Evans here on this Friday night. The 1st of May, big Friday night, 6 elimination playoff games. Let's get you a scoreboard update here. First in the NBA playoffs, second half underway. Detroit making a dent, but the Magic still up big. Game 6, Orlando up 3-2. The Magic trying to knock the 1 seed in the East out of the playoffs. They lead the Pistons 62-45. Cade Cunningham up to 12 points. Tobias Harris has 13. Same old story, though, PJ. Pistons not getting enough help elsewhere, and their bench not doing nearly enough. Just 7 bench points for Detroit, and they're shooting 38% from deep. That's actually up from what they've shot for most of this series. Turnovers continue to be an issue, though. They've already got 7. They're averaging 18 per game in this series. Meanwhile, for Orlando, Desmond Bane, 17 points to lead the way for the Magic. Paolo Banchero's got 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. He struggled to shoot the ball, but again, Orlando's bench, you mentioned it earlier, PJ, they've already got 20 points off the bench, and that has been a huge spark for them here at home trying to close out Detroit.
Yeah, no doubt. And, this is what we talked about coming into the game. It's why we both liked Orlando. Detroit struggled on the road. They've struggled with turnovers. They've struggled with three-point shooting. All those things have reigned true again so far tonight. They're making a little bit of a run to cut into the lead. It was 24, now it's 17. If you're Detroit, you're definitely trying to get this to about a 10-point game going into the fourth quarter, and then you feel like you got a shot to make a little bit of a run. But just kind of feels like, Pat, it's a carbon copy of what we've seen for, a couple of these games that we've had in Orlando. Somebody asked me today, and I thought it was a good question. I want your thoughts on, if the Pistons lose tonight, would you consider the season for the Pistons a failure?
Oh, 1,000%, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, I don't care. The regular season doesn't mean anything if you lose in the first round. Like 60 wins,
failure,
cool.
though?
Regular season, cool. What does that do to you? That's a second straight year with a first round exit. That tells you that your team could be good in the regular season, but come the playoffs, like, they're going to be hunted and they are vulnerable. So yeah, it would absolutely be a failure unless you just want to start hanging banners because you got the 1 seed and you had the best regular season. Like, cool. If that's what Detroit wants, by far, go for it. But that shouldn't be what they want.
I think it's a disappointment. I don't think it's necessarily a failure because, again, I don't think anybody expected this. Nobody expected them to win 62 games, be the 1 seed. It's disappointing that you're a first-round exit, but, last year they went up against your Knicks in the first round. They were a heavy underdog. They took them to 6 games. People thought they would improve. It's a good learning curve. I think if they're a 1 seed again next year and this happens, definitely a failure. But for a team that really was not expected to be a 1 seed, win over 60 games, I think that part of it, you can definitely say we accomplished some good things. You're right, the regular season doesn't matter, but certainly, if anything, they showed that what they're doing at least can win games, and now they just got to take it to the next step and find a way to win games in the playoffs. Maybe if they lose this game by 30, it'll change my mind. They can try and come back here a little bit, but I don't necessarily wouldn't go say it's a failure just because of how good the regular season was and how what they did. I mean, they made themselves the number 1 seed. I just think it's a disappointment, not necessarily a failure.
Okay. All right. Well, it would be a disappointment for sure if the Cavaliers lose Game 6 and then have to go back home and win Game 7, and that is the case right now. The Raptors up 47-43 on the Cavs. 5 minutes left to go in the first half. Game 6 in that one. Raptors need to win or their season is done. Scotty Barnes doing everything. 14 points, 2 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, all in the first half. RJ Barrett with 12 points as well for Toronto. For Cleveland, Evan Mobley's got 11 points. James Harden, only 4 points on 1 of 4 shooting. He does have 4 assists. But right now, I got the multi-view going on Amazon Prime, and Toronto's playing physical, and they are hitting their threes. This is not a good 3-point shooting team, and they're 5 of 13, so it's 38%. It's not, it's not elite, but they're playing physical basketball right now. And, they've forced 9 turnovers from Cleveland. That's probably the biggest thing so far that I've witnessed, is that the Raptors are, really getting after the Cavaliers' offense and disrupting the rhythm of their offense and what they want to do, especially here in this second quarter. It was a high-scoring first quarter. This is more the defensive slugfest I think you would expect in a game like this, and it is definitely proving to be in favor of the Raptors. So you and I both picked them as well in this game, and we're hoping that this continues.
Pat, before the series started, I said the Cavs would win in 7. The home team would win every game. Nothing that we have seen so far in this series has surprised me. This is what the Cavs are. For whatever reason, they're just a good home team, and they really struggle on the road. I expect this game to be close and come down to the wire, but for whatever reason, this Cleveland team just cannot find ways to win games on the road. And, again, even with the injuries with Ingram, nothing scared me away. If anything, they're just giving us better odds, plus the points and better plus money. So feeling good, about our Raptors covering the number and forcing a game 7.
Did you, I thought maybe I might have been overreacting. Did you happen to hear the clip from the end of, after last game, after game 5, where Kenny Atkinson, coach of the Cavaliers, was like, Dennis Schroeder and the bench, they were on a roll. And I was thinking about putting Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley back in, and Donovan was like, no, keep these guys in. They're rolling. And he was like, yeah. So, he didn't say this specifically, but basically he's like, I listened to him. I was like, what? You're the head coach. It's up to you to decide who goes in and who doesn't, and how long, is it too long that the bench is in? I understand you don't want to cool off a hot thing, but I don't know, maybe don't admit that. This comes back to me and a guy that I like, Kenny Atkinson. I thought he got a raw deal with the Brooklyn Nets. I thought he got stabbed in the back by Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. And I just don't know if he's got the chops to win, to coach in the postseason, especially after their exit last year to Indiana.
That's fair. I did not see that, but that's interesting. I think Cleveland is a good landing spot for him, Pat. And I also think the current roster is a good roster for him because Donovan Mitchell isn't one of the top 10 players in the league. It's not like a LeBron, a Giannis, a Durant, where you have a player on your team that kind of makes the decisions behind the scene, and their say has a lot to do. They have final power over everything. So I think, Kenny seems like he's one of those coaches definitely willing to take the input of his players. I don't know if I'd be willing to go as far as listening to your guys make the decisions in a playoff game, but I think his current situation with the talent that he has is a perfect mix for his coaching style, it seems like. But Pat, they got to figure it out, man, on the road in these games, because again, they have had very minimal success going away from home and winning playoff games.
That's for sure. All right, Detroit's starting to make a surge here. They got this back to a 10-point game. They're starting to hit some shots. They're on an 16-2 run here in the last 3.5 minutes. So, oh boy, we got a game again. Let's go to the ice really quickly, and let's get you caught up there. Still goalless between the Lightning and the Canadiens. Game 6, first round Stanley Cup playoffs. The Habs up 3-2. Trying to knock the Bolts out of the first round for the 4th straight year. Montreal trying to win a playoff series for the first time since 2021. Again, scoreless, 4 minutes left to go in the second period. And then they've just started the second period in Beantown in the TD Garden in Boston. The Bruins need to win to force a Game 7, and the Sabres are still up 2-0. We got the Golden Knights in Mammoth Game 6 coming up in about an hour and a half from now. And in the NBA, we got Lakers-Rockets in about an hour from now. PJ and I are going to preview that game and make some picks for that one as well. But we'll take a short break here, 310-840-4910. And I'll pay off that tease when we come back. A WNBA team got valued at nearly $1 billion. Here's how and what we can expect from the top valued franchises in all of sports. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and the Glass Man is with me, PJ Glasser. He's filling in for Brad Evans here on this Friday night. The phone number to join the show, open phone lines for you here. Anything NBA playoffs, anything Stanley Cup playoffs. We do have a busy Friday night of baseball that we haven't even touched on yet here, PJ. We can talk a little baseball in a little bit, but anything you want to chat about, 310-840-4910. We'll get you a scoreboard update here in just a bit. Trying to work the multi-view here on Amazon Prime. It's a little bit more difficult than you'd think sometimes. Because the Raptors-Cavs game just went to halftime, so I got the full screen back up now on Magic Pistons. But anyway, PJ, we got interesting news earlier today coming out of the WNBA. So how about this? The Golden State Valkyries are WNBA's most valuable team for the second straight year. They are light years ahead of the rest of the WNBA in terms of valuation and monetization. Sportico has them valued at $850 million. Mind you, this franchise just basically started their inaugural season. They got bought in 2023 for $50 million. They're worth almost $1 billion already. That's nearly a 20-fold increase on your investment. I mean, cha-ching, hello. They posted a WNBA record $78 million in revenue in their inaugural season. Season ticket base over 10,000. And again, surely doesn't hurt that you're in the in one of the richest parts of the country. In what the hell do they call it? I'm blanking. All the nerds, all the sign. Yeah, no, not the Bay Area. Silicon Valley. Oh my God. That's a brain fart. That's why I don't live there, because I can't even remember the term. But PJ, isn't that nuts though? I mean, for a WNBA team, nearly $1 billion valuation.
Well, especially, I mean, what you brought up, how much they were purchased for. They were purchased for 50 and now being valued at 850, and it's only been a couple years. That's pretty nuts. If you would have asked me who the highest valuated team is in the WNBA, I actually don't know what my answer would have been. I think I probably would have gone the Liberty. I might have gone Las Vegas Aces just because of the success, but then, I mean, the Caitlin Clark factor, does it make it the Pacer or the Fever? I don't think I would have gone Valkyrie, Pat, to be honest. They might have been like the fifth or sixth guess down the board. So not only am I shocked that they are valued at $850 million, but the fact that they are the highest valued team in the WNBA for me in its own right is pretty surprising.
Yeah, season about to begin, by the way. The Valkyries coming off a first-round postseason exit against the Minnesota Lynx after they went 23-21. You mentioned the Indiana Fever. They are the third highest valued team, and I got to imagine Caitlin Clark is a massive reason why. $560 million. The New York Liberty, $600 million. They're second. The Seattle Storm and the Phoenix Mercury also valued at more than $400 million. And the 13 WNBA franchises that played last year are worth a combined $5.5 billion. So that leads us to ask, what are the highest team valuations in all of sports? PJ, I don't know if you've looked at the list yet on our rundown. If you had to guess, if you don't know, who would that be? What is the richest franchise or the highest valued franchise in all of sports right now?
I would probably go with the Dallas Cowboys, I would have to say. I think are number one.
And you would be absolutely correct. $13 billion, the Dallas Cowboys. Out of the top 5, can you guess how many teams are from the NFL?
I'll go 4. 4 of the 5 are NFL teams. I would think
it would actually be 3 of the.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah. I was going to say I would have thought the Lakers were the only one in the top 5.
The Lakers are in the top 5 at $10 billion. The Golden State Warriors, much like the Valkyries, man, that's Silicon Valley money, man. Yeah. The Golden State Warriors are actually second at $11 billion. They're worth more than the LA Rams, who are third at $10.5 billion. Giants are fourth. New York Giants are fourth at $10.1 billion. Lakers fifth at $10 billion. Knicks sixth at $9.75 billion. Could you take a guess? Is there any Major League Baseball team in the top 10?
Well, it'd have to be the Yankees or the Dodgers. I would actually think the Dodgers are valued more than the Yankees are.
You would be wrong. There is no Major League Baseball team in the top 10. The Yankees are the highest valued baseball team. They're 11th at $8.2 billion, slightly under the Chicago Bears, who come in at 10th. Which team on this list, PJ? It's Cowboys, Warriors, LA Rams, New York Giants, Lakers, Knicks, New England Patriots, San Francisco 49ers, Eagles, Bears, Yankees. Which team on this list do you think will lose its value and maybe not be in the top 10, top 11 most valued teams in the next 10 years here?
Oh, that's a good question. I think maybe the Patriots, I would say, if I had to guess the team. I mean, all the other ones you rattled off, they're pretty much all in the same market. New York, LA markets aren't going anywhere. Golden State, not going anywhere. And then the Bears, building this new stadium and then being in the third biggest market in the country in Chicago. Philadelphia is just so well run. And that's what it comes down to for me is Robert Kraft. He's going to have to sell the team here soon at some point. I'll probably just keep it in the family, but they, I don't know if the people after him are going to do as great of a job, and they're never going to have the success that they did with Brady and Belichick. So I think if there's any team out of these that would come down, I would think it's maybe the Patriots.
Yeah, because the Cowboys are the Cowboys. I mean, it would take a long time. It would take Jerry Jones. We make jokes about him, but guy's a businessman. He is a businessman. I don't think it's going to be any of these teams in the Silicon Valley. Just look how much money. I mean, again, the Golden State Valkyries in their inaugural season are the highest valued WNBA team. So the Warriors ain't going anywhere, no matter what happens with Steph Curry and that team. The Niners, throw them in the same boat. And I don't think you can take any of the New York or LA market teams out of it. So basically, that just leaves me with either the Philadelphia Eagles or the Chicago Bears. So if I had to guess one team, I'd say it's the Eagles. Just because, Philadelphia is not as big of a market as Chicago, New York, or LA. And the Eagles have had a ton of success lately. But I could see that easy. I mean, if they go through a couple of lean years, I could see that easily dropping down real quick. Real quick. All right. We'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to have some fun. It's a Friday night. We would normally do the list, but since our video producer Monty is off, how about a little sports Jeopardy? Producer Brandon Combs spent almost 2 hours putting these questions together. We've got the full $100 through $500 categories: football, basketball, baseball, and general sports. We'll play some sports Jeopardy on what is an electric Friday night of elimination games in the postseason. It's coming up next here on BetMGM Tonight.
shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's the Glass Man. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad on this Friday night. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of our 5-hour extravaganza starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, any of the 6 playoff elimination games tonight, 3 in the NBA, 3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You want to talk some baseball? Whatever's on your mind, we'll take your calls or your texts at 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get you a scoreboard update here in just a bit, but to kick off this hour, for the first time ever here on the new iteration of BetMGM Tonight, we're going to play a little Sports Jeopardy, and this is something that producer Brandon Combs has worked very, very hard on. So, Combs, tell us, obviously we all know what Jeopardy is, but tell us the rules here of this version, your version of Sports Jeopardy. What are we doing here?
All right, so Sports Jeopardy. Basically, we got 4 categories. We got football, baseball, basketball, and we've got general sports. Okay, you've got 5 questions in each, so $100, $200, $300, $400, and $500 values in each sport. No daily doubles. I didn't go that crazy with it. No, none of that stuff. We do have a final Jeopardy round. We're going to keep score here. But you're going to select it just like you do in Jeopardy. Select your category, select your price point, and then whoever is selecting gets a chance to answer the question first. If you get it wrong, the other person can steal, and then the next person will go and pick the category next. So since we don't have any buzzers, any of that stuff, we're just going to take turns. And PJ, because I like you way more than I like Pat, you're going to go ahead and go first.
Heck yeah. All right, Brando. Let's start things off with football for $200, please.
All right. Football for $200. Introduced in 1994, the first one was scored by Browns punter Tom Tupa.
1994, the first one was scored by a punter. I mean, would it be can he score a safety? Like, that's the only thing. Or, I mean, he wouldn't have scored a rushing touchdown. A passing touchdown would be the first one to do that. See, this is where I struggle with the verbiage. Like, is a punter charged with technically scoring a safety? I would think the defense is. I'm just overthinking this way too much. 1994. First one to score. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Brando, I'll go safety.
That is incorrect. Pat, for the steal.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, I think you threw PJ off with he scored one in 1994. It can't be a touchdown. It can't be a field goal of any kind. It's got to be a touchback. That's my thoughts. That's my final answer. Touchback.
Nope. You guys both got it wrong. What is the 2-point conversion?
Wow, and a punter scored it?
Punter scored that, yes.
Tom Tupa, he was a punter, but he was also the holder for the field goal, and they ran a trick play.
Yeah. It must have the bootleg,
conversion.
The fake bootleg. He must have bootlegged out and ran it in.
Correct.
I see.
All right, Pat. Okay. Your turn.
Good start.
To pick. Good start. Nobody got it.
I usually like going for the 500s right off the bat, but I could see that these questions you've definitely tried to make them tough. So how about let's go football for 100? Let's see if I can get a gimme.
All right, football for 100. The first one was officially named the AFL NFL Championship game.
The first one was named the AFL NFL Championship game. What is the Super Bowl?
That is correct for 100.
Nice.
Bang.
Pat is on the board. PJ, your turn to pick.
Let's go with baseball for 300.
Baseball for 300. This franchise, introduced in 1954 after moving from St. Louis, won their first World Series in 1966, a sweep of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, man. Moved from St. Louis. 1966. Over the Dodgers. I'm between two teams, and whichever one I say will be the wrong one. I'm gonna go. Who are the Oakland Athletics?
That is incorrect. Pat for the steal.
Can I be a jerk and ask you to just repeat the question? Is that possible?
Absolutely. This franchise, introduced in 1954 after moving from St. Louis, won their first World Series in 1966, a sweep of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Who moved from St. Louis?
I really thought it was Oakland. I guess not.
I should know this. I should absolutely know this. Sweep over the Dodgers in 66. Moved from St. Louis. Man. All right, I'm going to go. Who is the Baltimore Orioles? It can't be right. PJ would have gotten that.
That is correct. PJ's going to kick himself.
Go.
No way.
It is the Baltimore Orioles. That is the correct answer. 300
so
more for Pat.
Goodness.
I thought for sure when you picked it, I was like, oh, well, PJ is going to get this. All right.
So what were the Orioles when they were in St. Louis? What were they named?
They were the St. Louis Browns.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Ooh, what a thunk it. PJ,
I
that's like your layup, and you got it for 300. I'll take it. Thank you.
That's bad. That's bad.
All right, give me general sports for 200.
All right, general sports for 200. His Olympic dominance led him to 23 gold medals and 28 medals in total.
Who is Michael Phelps?
That is correct. Another 200 right now. Pat running away with it. PJ, you've got to do something here, buddy.
Yeah, this is ugly. This is Knicks Hawks all over again. Let's go. Let's go basketball. Let's go basketball. $300.
Basketball for 300. He is the only player to ever have consecutive 50-point playoff performances.
Wow, there's only been one that's ever done that. I mean, the first thought is obviously MJ, but as a $300 question, I don't feel like it's that easy. Kobe certainly could have done it. Maybe like a Larry Bird could have done it. Man. Gosh, I don't know, man. I'll go who is Kobe Bryant.
That is incorrect. Pat for the steal.
It's got to be by default. Who's Michael Jordan?
That is correct. It is Michael Jordan. PJ just overthought it.
I just keep over. I do. I thought because it was $300, it'd be somebody else. Yeah.
Oh, baby. All right. I might as well
Pat.
give me the big daddy here. Give me football for $500. Let's try to put this thing away.
Football for $500. This quarterback played from 2002 to 2012 for the Texans, Panthers, Giants, and Niners, but only eclipsed 3,000 yards passing once.
Texans, Giants, Panthers, Niners, 2002 to 2012. Only eclipsed 3,000 passing yards once. Texans, Giants, Panthers, Niners. Who played for the Giants? Who was with the Giants during Eli? Who was Eli's backup? Texans, Giants, Niners, Panthers. Oh man, this ain't gonna be right. And I honestly, I think I'm blanking on his first name. No, I know I got his name right. This can't be right. But I'm at the expense of wasting more time. Who is Matt Schaub?
That is incorrect. PJ for the steal to get back into the game.
Can you give me
This
the
quarterback-
teams and the years again, please?
Yeah, this quarterback played from 2002 to 2012 for the Texans, Panthers, Giants, and Niners, but only eclipsed 3,000 yards passing once.
I'll go, who is David Carr?
That is correct. PJ gets back
dude.
into the game.
Woo.
And he gets to choose the category.
All right, well, maybe I'll just roll with the 500s. Let's go general sports 500, please. Oh, it's going to be
General
like badminton or
sports
something.
for 500. All right. This multi-sport athlete became the first Native American to win Olympic gold in 1912 and is considered by many to be the greatest all-around athlete of all time.
1912? Native American is what's throwing me off. I know it should be so obvious. Multi-sport. Man, I don't know. The only people I know from that era are like Shoeless Joe Jackson. 1912. I don't think I have it, Brando. I'm gonna pass.
All right. We are passing to Pat.
It's going to be way too early, but I just simply don't know it. So I'm just going to throw this name out there. Who is Jesse Owens?
That is incorrect. It is Jim Thorpe was the correct answer.
Jim Thorpe?
Who is Jim Thorpe?
Wow, he was that early.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Wow, really?
It is back to Pat. Yes, he won gold at the 1912 Olympics.
What were the sports?
What is that noise, by the way? What music is that coming through?
It's a game show bed I had to find.
Oh, that
I've
is.
been looking for it since
By
the
the way,
beginning. I couldn't find it. I finally
The
found it.
Pistons just tied the game, guys. This is
Yeah, they're on another massive run, 18-1 run. The Magic led by as many as I think 22 points, and this is a tie game with 7 minutes left to go. Unbelievable, unreal,
Crazy.
Magic led by as many as 24 points in this game. It's a tie game with 7 to go. Holy smokes.
Is this one of those games
all
where
right.
if they lose, all of a sudden you went from thinking that no matter what happened tonight, the Magic were going to win this series, and now all of a sudden you think with the way they came back, now you think Detroit is going to win this game in this series in 7?
I mean, this is tough to come back from. And Detroit's going to the free throw line to take the lead.
I think I'd still bet Orlando plus the points in Game 7, just because it'd be like 7.5 or 8.5. But
Yeah.
it's yeah. Because Pat's right. I mean, Game 2 they went on like a 35-3 run, and then in this game they've gone on 2 insane runs. So, I mean, that's really like how they've got a majority of their wins. If they win tonight, are off insane runs. But kind of crazy they're about to take the lead.
Okay,
All right,
Pat,
give
it is
me,
your turn
let's
to pick
go.
a category.
It's my turn, right? Yeah, give me basketball
Yep.
for 200.
Basketball for 200. 4 players in NBA history have been selected to the NBA All-Defensive First Team 9 or more times. Michael Jordan, Kevin Garnett, Gary Payton, and this slithery defender.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Combs. I'm a jerk. Can you repeat the question?
4 players in NBA history have been selected to the NBA All-Defensive First Team 9 or more times. Michael Jordan, Kevin Garnett, Gary Payton, and this slithery defender.
Damn, I was thinking Gary Payton. I feel like I knew I heard his name. You said it. Michael Jordan, Kevin Garnett, Gary Payton, and this slithery defender. Slithery. First team all defense 9 times. Jordan, KG, the glove, Gary Payton. Oh man, I have no idea. I got nothing. I got nothing here. Pass. Jeez, that's embarrassing.
PJ?
So the first name that popped into my head, and really the only name, Slithery's throwing me off, but I'll go, who is Dennis Rodman?
It is not. It is the Black Mamba, who is Kobe Bryant.
What?
Get it? Slithery like a snake.
I should have known that. I didn't think Kobe was first team all defense 9 times.
9 times.
That's crazy.
Oh
PJ?
my God, the fact that you said Slithery, that was it. Snake. I was thinking Snake, and I'm like, is that a team? Is that like because it was one of his nicknames? And literally didn't think of Kobe. Oh my God.
Brandon, what was that last question? What was the was it basketball for how much?
It was basketball for 200.
200, okay. I'll go football for 300, please.
All right, football for 300. Founded in 1925, this franchise was purchased for $500 by its founder, Tim Mara.
It's got to be who is the New York Giants?
That is correct. 3 more 100 for PJ. PJ's brought himself right back into this game, 900 to 800.
Yeah,
I'm
and
the
Mara,
Detroit
by the
Pistons,
way.
baby. Here we go.
Mara. Same thing.
Mara. Yeah, Mara.
Man, 900 to nothing to now 900 to 800. All right, I need a gimme. Give me a gimme here. Let's go basketball for 100.
Basketball for 100. He is the inventor of the game of basketball.
James, who is James Naismith?
That is correct.
Take it.
There you go.
PJ?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Football for 400.
All right. This former Hurricane was the first to intercept Hall of Famer Kurt Warner.
This Hurricane was the first to intercept Kurt Warner. So it had to be like late 90s. That's before my college football watching days. I'll go who is Ed Reed.
Oh.
That is incorrect.
Oh, wow. I thought for sure that was it.
Pat with the chance to steal.
I have no idea. That was literally my only guess was Ed Reed. I have no idea. All right, former Hurricane. Who else played for Miami? Oh, man. I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm passing.
You got nothing?
I got nothing. I don't even know what other name to throw. You can't, like, blanking. I'm completely blanking.
Is it Sean Taylor?
No. It probably threw you off because you guys are thinking what college did he go to. It's where he's from. It is Ray Lewis.
Oh, I wouldn't have got Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis was the first person to intercept Kurt Warner in the NFL.
When you said
All right.
Hurricane, though, Ray Lewis, he went to Miami, didn't he?
He went to yeah. All right. So one more before break. Pat, your pick.
Give me general sports for 100.
Pat going for trying to steal all the gimmies. All right. Though heavily scrutinized, he is the only heavyweight boxing champion to finish his career undefeated.
Though heavily scrutinized, the only heavyweight boxing champion to finish his career undefeated.
I see PJ shaking his head. I think he knows it.
Oh, man. Finishes. Only heavyweight boxing champion to finish his career undefeated. It ain't Tyson. And I don't think it's... Oh, man. Can't be Muhammad Ali. Who is Buster Douglas?
No. PJ, would you like to enlighten him?
Who is Floyd Mayweather?
Oh, no. Floyd Mayweather was not a heavyweight.
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't?
No. Who is Rocky Marciano, who was 49-0? He was heavily scrutinized because people say he would only fight people in his family.
Well, it's hard to fight 49 family members unless you got a gigantic family.
The score before we go to break. Pat has 1,000. PJ has 800. We are close. But Pat, go ahead, take us to break.
All right. We'll get you a scoreboard update when we return as well. A massive comeback from the Pistons. Meanwhile, it's looking more and more like we're headed to Game 7 between the Cavs and the Raptors, plus a couple of crazy games on the ice. It's 6 elimination games tonight in the playoffs. We'll get you caught up on every one of them when we come back. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad. I'm Pat Boyle. Producer Brandon Combs rocking and rolling with us with Sports Jeopardy. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans on this Friday night. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Before we get back and finish off Sports Jeopardy, boy, PJ, what a collapse from the Orlando Magic. They led by as many as 24 points in this game, up 3-2. Looked like they were going to finish off the Detroit Pistons in blowout fashion. They're getting outscored 47-15 here in the second half. The Pistons, not only have they erased a 24-point deficit, they now lead it by double digits, 85-75. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go here in the ball game. And Orlando just has had zero answers offensively as Paolo Banchero misses another three. They cannot score the ball. Cade Cunningham's got 32 points and 10 rebounds. For Orlando, Desmond Bane, he had 17 points, I think, at halftime. He hasn't scored in the second half. Hell, barely anybody has for Orlando. Paolo Banchero, 15 points and 10 rebounds. He's 3 for 18 from the field. My goodness, this is some choke as Duncan Robinson hits a three. Throw in the damn towel. It's over. It's over. We're going back to Detroit for a Game 7.
Unbelievable that 15 points in the second half for the Magic. Pat, they could play this game 100 times, and the Magic wouldn't score 15 points in the second half with 3 minutes to go in the game. Pretty amazing. And yeah, now you start to wonder, like, what can the Pistons do to ride this momentum? Are they now going to go all the way to the Eastern Conference Final? Are they going to go all the way to the NBA Finals? Are they going to win the whole damn thing? It's crazy. I mean, all of us have watched sports long enough to know that when something happened like this, it could be the start of an incredible ride. And we were talking about it a couple segments ago of, is this season a failure for the Pistons if they can't get out of the first round? Well, it looks like they're going to survive Game 6. They're going to have Game 7 back at home. We're going to learn a lot about the Magic, and we're going to learn a lot about Orlando and those guys and how they respond after tonight, because this is a tough one to come back off the mat and try and get ready for a Game 7.
Brutal. I mean, the mentality, like I said before this game started, I was like, you know what? I think Orlando wins the game, but even if they don't, I think I would still pick them to win Game 7. How do you come back from this? Not only blowing a 24-point lead in this game, but PJ, again, it's 50-15 in the second half, and the Pistons went on a 35-3 run back in Game 2. So it's like, even if Orlando builds a double-digit lead in Game 7, you expect them to blow it at this point. Like, with the mentality behind that, nobody else could step up. We're just watching Paolo Banchero just brick shot over and over and over again. Nobody, like Desmond Bane, that doesn't have a point in the second half. He was unconscious in the first half. They're not even hitting the rim on these shots. What is happening? Brutal.
Pat, we're essentially watching Knicks Hawks first half here in the second half of this game. I mean, that's what it is. It's what it is. It's what we watched last night, but in the second half of this game, it's crazy. I wish I hedged just a little bit with Pistons money line, just in case something like this crazy happened, just to have a little something on the way back would be really, really nice. This is tough. This is tough.
Yeah. And another foul. This game is, I mean, dude, Detroit, to be down 24, they might win the game by 20. They might win the game by 20, and they were down 24. That's good. There's going to be some playoff history made in this game.
Definitely.
It's close to the largest comeback in NBA playoff history. Let's actually find out. Largest comeback in NBA playoff history. It's got to be right up near the top. 31 points by the LA Clippers against the Warriors in Game 2 of the 2019 Western Conference first round. Clippers were down 94-63 with 7.5 to go in the third quarter, and they won 135-131. My God. 30, imagine that. 30. Well, we think 24 is bad. You also had a 29-point comeback, the Thunder, over the Grizzlies last year. 29-point comeback, Lakers over the Supersonics in 89, and a 27-point comeback, Clippers over the Grizzlies in 2012. That's crazy. And this is, not only was this a 24-point comeback, they're looking like they're going to win the game by double digits.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Toronto. Let's see if the Raptors can hold on to a double-digit lead. They lead the Cavaliers 89-79 with a minute 42 left to go in the third quarter. Game 6, the Raptors, if they win, will have a Game 7 on Sunday in Cleveland. Right now, for the Raptors, R.J. Barrett and Scotty Barnes continuing to lead the way. Barrett's got 21 points. Scotty Barnes has 18 points and 12 assists. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, very balanced attack. Evan Mobley leading the way with 17. James Harden, just 12 points and 6 assists on 3 of 7 shooting. PJ, I said it before the game started. I pray we are getting a Game 7 James Harden disaster class. You think Cleveland wins it if it goes back to 7? I'm telling you, he is like a cancer. James Harden will suck the win right out of the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 7. I think the Raptors will go on the road and win this thing. They nearly won Game 5.
Not buying it. The Cavs are just like, you got to have amnesia with them when they go on the road. You know, it's just not the same team. And I hear what you say about Harden, and it's true. His reputation and his career certainly back all that up. And maybe it just comes to fruition, what all you're saying. But just watching this Cavs team the last few years, this is what they do. You know, you try and pick apart one game to the other with them. I put the blinders on. It's just a completely different team home and away. So the pressure is definitely going to be on them at home. Big favorites. They should take care of business. They've won every game at home so far this series. So a lot to like with Toronto going into that game, but I think Cleveland's going to take care of business.
Okay. Quick update on the ice. Third period, under 4 minutes to go. Elimination game for the Tampa Bay Lightning. They're down 3-2 against the Canadiens. It's in Montreal. We are still scoreless. Hell of a goaltender battle right now. Andrei Vasilevsky not letting anything by him. Neither is Jakob Dobes. Both of them posting shutouts. Oh boy, the next goal could end the Lightning season or it could force us to a Game 7. And then the season on the line for the Boston Bruins, down 3-2 against the Sabres. Third period, first couple of minutes in, Buffalo leads it 2-1. It was 2-0. Boston answered back, though, in the second period with a goal from David Pastrnak. So they're down 2-1. Season on the line for the Bruins. Okay, let's get back to a little sports Jeopardy here, shall we, Peach? Shall we, Combs? I think it was my turn to pick the last question, was it not?
It is PJ's turn to pick the next question. You asked the last one.
Let's go with baseball for 200. Try and tie this game up.
Baseball for 200. 4 players have homered on their 40th birthdays since 2000. Jim Thome, Chipper Jones, Alex Rodriguez, and this Maple Leaf legend.
Maple Leaf legend. Homered on their 40th birthday. Man. It's going to be so obvious when I miss it. So, the Maple Leaf legend, like, am I taking that as he's a Canadian born player, or is it a Toronto Blue Jay player? I think he's got to be Canadian born. Oh man, I don't think I know this. I'm just gonna go who is Justin Morneau.
That is incorrect. Pat for the steal.
Yeah, when he said Maple Leaf legend, at first I was maybe thinking Vlad Guerrero, Expos. I was thinking Blue Jays. But it's got to be somebody that's Canadian. The only other Canadian player I know is Joey Votto. So I'm going to go Joey Votto.
That is correct. Joey Votto. Pat with the steal of $200.
Man. Yeah, I was between those two. Jason Bay was also in my head as well. But That was good. Good
True
pull.
story. I have an autographed home run ball from Jason Bay.
Okay. When he was a Met or a Pirate?
When he was a Pirate. Hit it against the
Very
Cardinals, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Pat's up 1,200 to 800
Pat?
now.
Let's go with. Let's go basketball for 500.
Oof.
All right. Basketball for 500. He is the only coach to ever three-peat the three-peat.
The only coach to ever three-peat the three-peat. You mean repeat the three-peat? You mean repeat the
He
three-peat?
is the only coach. He is the only coach to ever three-peat the three-peat.
My only guess would be, who is Phil Jackson?
That is correct. 3 times he coached teams to a three-peat.
Yeah, I mean, I knew he did it the back-to-back, the Bulls, and so I was like, I hope he did it with the Lakers, or was it before that? But I mean, either way.
No, he did it with the Lakers as well.
All right.
Let's
go. That was a
PJ,
big one.
got some ground to make up.
I do. I got to go general sports for 400.
General sports for 400. Finishing his career with 200 victories and 7 NASCAR championships, this man now has his own race team.
Who is Richard Petty?
That is correct.
Okay.
Wow. I never would have got that.
PJ staying alive. Pat?
All right. Let's go basketball for 400.
This franchise, behind only the Celtics with 18 and the Lakers with 17, is third for the most NBA titles with 7.
Oh, come on. I know this one. Lakers, Celtics, and then this team. Oh, man. It has to be. Because I know they won 6 in a decade. It's got to be the Chicago. Who is the Chicago Bulls?
That is incorrect. Those 6 are actually the only 6 the Bulls have won.
And I knew it. And I took the easy way out, and I know who it is.
PJ?
Damn
it. I don't think I do know who it is. So, I mean, the Spurs have a bunch. The Heat have a couple. Who else? Lakers, Bulls, Knicks. I don't know. There's a team I'm not thinking of that's done it, but y'all go. Who are the Spurs?
That's incorrect. The Spurs have 5. The Golden State Warriors have 7.
Warriors. Yeah.
All right, Pat, it's on to you.
Chance.
All right, should we finish these last 4 or break and then do the last 4 and do Final Jeopardy as well?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's break.
There we go.
Okay. At the request of PJ, no problem. We'll break. We got 4 questions left in Final Jeopardy as well. I lead PJ 1,700 to 1,200, but there is still $1,300 worth of Sports Jeopardy questions on the board. We'll get you a final score from some of these games, get you a scoreboard update from the playoffs when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. We'll get you a scoreboard update here in a couple of minutes, but let's finish off our Friday night edition of Sports Jeopardy here. We got a couple of questions left to go before Final Jeopardy. I have 1,700. PJ's got 1,200. There's 4 questions left, and then our Final Jeopardy. PJ, you've got the first privilege here of this next question. Where are you going?
Let's try and tie this up, boys. Baseball for 500, please.
Oh, baby.
Baseball for 500. On May 6, 1998, Kerry Wood pitched what many have said to be the greatest game ever pitched. This man was his catcher.
Oh.
We've talked about this before, Peach.
We probably have. Man.
This is my favorite trivia question of all time.
I got. Who is David Ross?
No.
Oh, God.
Pat.
I have not a single iota of a clue. Who's Craig Counsell?
It was Sandy Martinez. Sandy Martinez was the answer.
He didn't catch her.
Never,
Sandy Martinez.
Never would have gotten that.
Oh, boy. All right.
8.5 for the Pistons, by the way.
Yeah.
8.5-point favorites in Game 7. Total is 203.5.
I'm gonna bet the Magic. Just kill me now. It's just not gonna go well.
Okay. Give me. Let's go. General Sports 300.
All right. He was the first man to win 20 Grand Slam men's singles title in the Open era.
Let's go. That's an easy one. Who is Roger Federer?
That is incorrect.
What?
He was not the first man to win 20 Grand Slam men's single titles
Yes, he was.
in the Open
There's
era.
no way. There's
Okay,
no
the
way.
first. So it's either Nadal. Djokovic wouldn't have been the first. Don't think Sampras had that many. Laver didn't have that many. I'll go. Who is Rafael Nadal?
Incorrect. Who is Novak Djokovic?
No, there's no
Djokovic
shot.
beat both of them. Wow.
There's no shot. There, you got AI. You got AI scammed or something.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That was the correct answer. All right.
On what?
Pat?
No. For where?
PJ?
Where did you find that? That's completely wrong. Federer won 20. I remember watching him win his 20th Grand Slam. He's the only person to do it at the time. It was the Australian Open in 2018. Where did you see Djokovic, first player to win 20?
I don't know. When I looked up who has the most Grand Slam titles.
Yeah, Djokovic has the most, but he wasn't the first to 20. It was Federer.
We'll fact check in the break.
No, fact check it right now because I'm right. I know I'm right.
Baseball for 100, please.
Known less for his success as a pitcher, this Bronx Bomber became known for his many nicknames and home runs.
Who is Babe Ruth?
That is correct.
Okay.
Pat's still fuming. We have
I
one
want my score
question
updated
left,
to
which is
2000. I got Wikipedia pulled up right now. It shows what date, what Grand Slam they won out of how many. Roger Federer won his 20th Grand Slam in 2018. Djokovic had 12 at the time. He went on to win. He's now won 12 more in the last 7 years. Djokovic won Wimbledon that year in 2018. That was his 13th. Nadal won the French Open in 2018. That was his 17th. I'm right. I want the 300. Give me 2,000. Max, updated on the graphic. That's
I'll give it to
poppycock.
I'll give it to
Okay.
him. I'll give it to him. I'll give
All right, Weiner.
I wonder how many
Baseball
other ones
for 400.
is sticking us on here. Give me baseball 400. Last question.
Corey Seager and this player in 1973 and 1977 are the only two players to win World Series MVPs with different teams.
73 and 77. Oh, man. We're running out of time, so I don't have a clue. I'm just going to go ahead and take a blind guess here. 70s. I don't even know who won it in the 70s. Bob Gibson.
Incorrect.
70s? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like somebody on the A's. It's not Ricky Henderson, but I don't know. I'll go like who's Oral Hershiser.
That is incorrect. Who is Reggie Jackson?
Oh my God! I was going to guess Reggie.
Okay,
A's,
Reggie.
and then the Yankees. All right, Final Jeopardy. PJ, you have 13. Pat has 2,000. Here's the question. PJ, you got to think about how much you want to wager. And Pat, you have to announce how much you want to wager before you give your answer. Being named the Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year in 2000, earning his stripes in 1996 for the first time, he was the first to win the award twice. Being named the Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year in 2000, earning his stripes in 1996 for the first time, he was the first to win the award twice.
I'm going to wager $699.
$699 for...
I'm going to go with 1,000.
All right, PJ's going to go with 1,000. PJ, you're first. What's your answer?
I'll go who is Tiger Woods.
That is correct. Oh, crap.
You didn't let
skip Pat's answer first.
I was going to say Tiger, but you didn't let me guess. My God. Well, look, again, hand up. I was going to go Tiger, so you didn't ruin it, but jeez.
Unreal.
All right. So I win. I had $26.99. PJ gets $2,300. All right, we'll get you an instant reaction on a historic comeback for the Pistons to force a Game 7. We come back. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
My bad, PJ.
down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans on this Friday night, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 of this Friday night, electric night in the postseason continues. 6 elimination games. We've already got one team going home, it looks like, barring a late comeback. We've already got one team that has extended their season, and we've got plenty of big-time rallies. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. We've got all of our in-game analysis, instant reaction for you. Hang out with us, watch these games, listen to these games, and make sure you interact with the show. You can watch the show live on Twitter as well at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines here for you in the final hour. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. PJ, right now, let's get you a live scoreboard update here. And then we'll go back to what is one of the more stunning playoff comebacks here in recent memory. So right now in Toronto, Game 6, Raptors down 3-2. Need to win or their season is over. They've led by double digits for most of the game until this fourth quarter. The Raptors' largest lead in this one was 15 points. It's a 1-point game right now with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Under 2 minutes to go now, and the Raptors just hit a big 3. It was a 1-point game. Now they lead by 4. Under 2 minutes left. Cavaliers trying to make a big comeback and end the Raptors season right here. Otherwise, we'd have a Game 7 on Sunday in Cleveland. And they hit a 3 to respond. It's back to a 1-point game. So we'll keep you posted on that game here down to the final second. But we've got to begin hour number 5 with a stunning comeback from the Detroit Pistons, PJ. Down 3-1 going into Wednesday night's game in Detroit. They hang on despite nearly blowing a big lead. But tonight, the Magic were up by 24 points. They were blowing the doors off the Pistons. And then in the second half, we thought Knicks-Hawks was one-sided. This was close. This was almost as one-sided. 55-19 in the second half in favor of the Detroit Pistons. They erase a 24-point comeback, or a 24-point deficit. It's the largest playoff comeback in franchise history, and they beat the Magic 93-79. They outscore them in the fourth quarter 31-8. I mean, holy PJ, we were talking about this game before it began, and I said, look, we both think the Magic win. Even if they don't, I still think they can go to Detroit and win a Game 7. I don't know how you come back from this one. 55-19 in the second half. I mean, like literally, they were airballing shots, turned the ball over, couldn't even hit the rim. That they got rat in front of the home crowd. They felt the Detroit Pistons coming, and they just folded like a cheap lawn chair. Cade Cunningham, 32 points and 10 rebounds. Tobias Harris, another big performance, 22 points, 10 rebounds. But maybe the most stunning stat line of all, Desmond Bane had 17 points at half and didn't score a single point in the second half. And Paolo Banchero with 17 points and 10 rebounds. But PJ, 4 for 20 from the field, including 0 for 9 from deep. Do you think the Magic can bounce back and win a Game 7, or are they cooked after this loss tonight?
I think I'm going to be on him plus the points right now. Early line plus 8.5. Pat, I just can't get over the fact that the Magic have been the better team for a majority of this series. You talked about earlier in the show, Game 2, Pistons go on a 35-3 run. They only win that game by 13. You just mentioned what happened tonight, the crazy run that they have. Orlando only scoring like 25 points in the second half. Outside of just 2 unbelievably insane runs in like 3 quarters of basketball, I mean, the Magic have been the better team. So if you're giving me 8.5 in an elimination game when all the pressure's on the Pistons and I'm getting the points with the team that's been better in the series, I'm going to take that. Obviously, the concern is the situational spot, just the psychological awareness with the Magic and how they're feeling after this game. The only thing that I can really compare it to, Pat, recently is probably the Ray Allen shot for Miami when they were playing the Spurs in the finals. And that was game 6. And then you had to turn around and play game 7, right? And the conversation was that was only game 6. The Heat still got to take care of business in game 7 against the Spurs. And they were able to do it. The Spurs, with all those Hall of Famers and all those veterans and those guys being through it, you had a little more confidence in them to still show up and fight. The Magic, I don't know. And Pat, we got to remember, coming into the postseason, that story dropped with Jamal Mosley and Paolo and what that locker room was like. Could you imagine what it's like right now after a loss like that? I mean, you're up 24 at home. Like, you play that game 100 times, you win it 98, 99 times. So I could understand anybody that doesn't want any part of this Orlando team. Pistons could absolutely just roll and win that game by 25 on Sunday. But again, the Magic have shown that they are the better team in this series. They have played like the better team. You're getting 8.5 points in a game with a total of 203.5. We all know in game 7s, you tend to lean to the under. You know there's going to be high-level defense. You know the refs are going to let them get away with contact, all those sorts of things. So everything in me, Pat, makes me want to take the Magic in the game. And because it's a game 7, I'm definitely going to have a wager on it. So I'll bet the Magic plus the points. It definitely won't be like probably a full unit play for me because I certainly am concerned with where they are mentally going into that game. But I'll be on the Magic plus the points against the Pistons in game 7.
Yeah, I guess maybe this really doesn't give me a lot of confidence if you like the Magic if you think they can bounce back and win game 7. But remember, they had a 35-3 run put up against them in game 2 in Detroit. Remember, they win game 1 in Detroit, and they're trying to go up 2-0 and steal both games on the road. And they led game 2. Let's see. Where was Orlando here in this game? Well, I guess it was close. It was 4.
I remember.
It was close. It was basically a tied game at half. And then the Pistons go on a 35-3 run to start the second half. Game 3, granted, it went back to Orlando. They were home for the first time, but they did bounce back and win the next game. Again, that was at home. You just blew a 24-point lead at home. Now you got to go on the road and try to win game 7. Not going to be nearly as easy, but this just basically comes down to, are they mentally tough enough to hang in? Because you mentioned it, they've been the better team. Detroit has averaged 18 turnovers per game in this series. They only had 10 today. That's part of the reason why they won and why they maximized all their possessions in the second half. But again, they have not shot the 3 ball well. Neither did Orlando. Orlando didn't shoot anything well in that second half. Just an absolutely abysmal, horrific second half. It's one of the worst things you're ever going to see. It just comes down to, do you trust that they can mentally bounce back? That's what it comes down to. I know Combs sent me some stuff here, some stats on the Magic. In the second half, lowest scoring second half in playoff history with just 19 points. They went 13 minutes and 50 seconds with no made field goals. Nearly more than a full quarter without making a shot from the field. 4 for 37 from the field in the second half, 1 for 20 in the fourth quarter, and they went 2 for 18 from 3 in the second half. I mean, it all goes out the window if you win game 7. Nobody remembers this, but it's a lot of points for a series that has been 50-50. And that game 7, that total has already been baked into it because I think this total was 213 and the total for game 7 is 203. So 10 points right off the top. I mean, again, you barely had 160 points in this game or 170 points. Like you said, I don't know if you can trust Orlando's mental willpower to come back in this one. But, I mean, you take that aside, they've been the better team. So I would still hope that they can go on the road and win a game 7 because I think that would be a very, very good sign of resilience. I just don't know if you can trust that they'll show up for it.
And then, Pat, we got Cavs and Raptors. We had a crazy comeback in the Pistons Magic game that we're talking about. Cleveland's trying to put together a great comeback in their own right. They've been trailing by double digits just about the entire second half, much of the second quarter. Evan Mobley just tied it with 11 seconds to go. So the Raptors are playing for their season down 3-2 in this series to Cleveland. They're going to have a chance to win it here on the final possession. And then shout out to Max, our video producer, and all the Buffalo fans. The Sabres are going to be moving on to round 2. They had to wait 14 years to see their Sabres in the Stanley Cup playoffs. They're up 4-1 on Boston with 1:31 to go in the third quarter. So I don't know, Pat. I'm trying to remember how long ago it was. It was maybe a couple years ago, but the Bruins and the Celtics did this where I think the Bruins lost like a game 7 and then the Celtics turn around and lose like a game the following night in the TD Garden. So you wonder if this is the start for a brutal couple days for Boston fans watching the Bruins get knocked out and maybe the Celtics get knocked out tomorrow.
I hope it is because, I hate Boston, and they've won more titles collectively as a sports city than some cities ever see in their entire history. How many?
Yes.
Boston's won what? It's like 20 titles, 24 titles here in the last 20 years. Like, enough. Please, enough. So, yes, I would love to see Bruins get bounced tonight, Boston and the Celtics get bounced tomorrow night in their own building. I would love that. By the way, for the Sabres, congrats, Max. Max Sheedy filling in for Monty, our normal video producer. Max doing a great job. I know it's the first time in 14, 15 years the Sabres made the playoffs. So now the New York Jets have the longest playoff drought. The last time the Sabres won a series, though, I think was 2007 when they made back-to-back conference finals? Because I think they got bounced in both the first round in 2010 and 2011. So they're looking for their first series win in basically 2 decades. Raptors, Cavs going to overtime, by the way. Jeez. But yeah,
Pat,
so
we're gonna lose this one too. Overtime's never good. That is brutal.
Oh, by the way, we've got a game winner. We've got a game winner in Montreal. Gage Goncalves with the game winner in overtime for the Bolts. The Lightning have forced a game 7. Nearly 70 minutes without a goal. In the Lightning and the Canadiens game 6, Gage Goncalves with the goal. And the Bolts win it, and it's going back to Amalie Arena or whatever the hell they call it now in Tampa Bay for a game 7 on Sunday. Wow. The Lightning do it behind an overtime shutout from Andrei Vasilevsky. PJ, I said it before the game started. I hate the Lightning as an Islanders fan, but you just can't kill them that easy. And they're sending it to a game 7. Wow. I mean, what the last 5 minutes of real time we got here.
I mean, truly, like what action we got on the show. This is fantastic. Pat, you talked about it, man. The fact that we've gotten 6 games in that series and neither team has held a 2-goal lead. I don't know if that's ever happened in the Stanley Cup playoffs. If it has, I imagine it's only been like a couple times. So as even as you could possibly have a series, these teams could play 10 times. They'd tie 5-5. They could play 20 times. They'd tie 10-10. Cannot wait for that game 7. I would think it's going to be another 1-goal game right down to the wire. I'm definitely going to be betting overtime in that game as well. I'm going to go with the Canadiens, Pat, in that game. I know a lot of people are probably going to like Tampa. They're at home ice. They got Vasilevsky in net. They're the more experienced team. They've been there. They played in plenty of game 7s. It's similar to the Magic thing where I just feel like the Canadiens are a little better. They've been the better team in this series. So I'm going to ride with Montreal. But, man, that is going to be a heck of a game on Sunday. Cannot wait for that. Do we have a time for that game yet? Has the NHL dropped it, or they're probably waiting to see what happened with some of these other games tonight?
Let's see. Sorry,
Yeah,
I got my pen in my mouth. I'm typing a message here.
It's still TBD. Still TBD on Sunday.
We don't know. Well, we know there's not going to be a game 7 for Bruins Sabres. It'll come down to whether or not there's a game 7 for Mammoth Golden Knights. Either way, I would assume Mammoth Golden Knights, if there is a game 7 on a Saturday, that's still probably like a 9:30 start. Like, they don't really give a damn about the Eastern time zone fans, I got to imagine. If that's, yeah, because we know for sure we're getting a game 7 Canadiens Lightning. If there's Mammoth Golden Knights, I don't think it's earlier than 9:30, so I think you probably get a 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern game 7 Canadiens Lightning. It's Both teams in the Eastern time zone, prime time Sunday night. It's a Sunday. Oh, so you know what? Maybe it might be an afternoon game. Is that an afternoon game on Sunday?
Well, the thing you also have to keep in mind, too, because the NBA and NHL both carry, ESPN both carry those sports, you wonder if they're waiting to see how it all plays. So it all depends, too, what network's showing the games.
That's a great question. And let me see here if we've got a time on Sunday. No, because we could have, you got to wait to see how Raptors Cavs ends. And you got to wait to see what happens in Rockets Lakers. So we could have 3 NBA Game 7s on Sunday. Yeah, look, I would think, now they just played this Friday night. You got to give the teams a little bit of a turnaround. But yeah, I mean, look, somebody's going to have to play an afternoon game. That's a brutal turnaround to play overtime and then play Sunday afternoon. But I got to think Canadians Lightning is at the latest now, and it's a Sunday, probably 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And if there was Mammoth Golden Knights Game 7, that's probably 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. That's what I would think.
I think that's a fair call. We're obviously waiting to see if we get a Game 7 in this Raptors-Cavs game that's tied up at 106 now with 3.5 minutes to go. So, Pat, let's say Raptors win tonight. Let's say Rockets win tonight. We get 3 Game 7s in the NBA. And then let's say that the Mammoth win tonight and we get 2 Game 7s in the NHL. You have 5 Game 7s on Sunday, which would just be tremendous. Which one would you be most excited to watch of those 5?
Rockets Lakers, without a doubt. I love that series is all. You got LeBron. I'd be interested to see if Kevin Durant's sorry ass suited up to try to play for Houston. But yeah, Rockets Lakers for me would be the one. If I can only pick one, that's the game I'm watching. And I know Montreal, the Canadiens and the Lightning is phenomenal. But I love the Rockets and the Lakers series. I love all the storylines. And I'd probably, again, a great basketball series for me. I would pick over a hockey series. That's who I am as a fan. So if it's a Rockets Lakers Game 7, I can only watch one of 5 Game 7s on Sunday. I'm going Rockets Lakers. What about you?
It's between that or it's between Canadians Lightning. I think the Lakers Rockets is just so intriguing because you get a chance to see history. I mean, no NBA team.
Oh yeah, and an 03 comeback
from 03, right? So the fact that you get a legit shot at that, because that game's probably going to be like a pick'em. So that's going to be awesome. But I think Habs Lightning, I mean, Game 7, especially with the fact that we've gotten 4 overtimes in that game. And I don't think it would shock anybody if we get a 5th. So if you get sudden death, Game 7 to go to the next round, it's close. I think probably Habs Lightning slightly over Lakers Rockets. The historical aspect, though, of Rockets Lakers would be pretty cool because that would be a legit shot of actually seeing a team come back 0-3. I think I agree with Brando, though, who's typing in the chat. He would go Habs Lightning. I think I would lean that way as well.
Yeah, look, I wasn't even thinking about that at the time. You got history on the line. No one's ever done no one's ever pulled off an 03 comeback in NBA playoff history. So yeah. Combs, why don't you stick it where the sun don't shine? Hockey's better than basketball. No, not if it's an 03 attempt of a comeback. I don't care. That's history on the line. And it's LeBron James and it's Kevin Durant, maybe playing Kevin Durant, but it's LeBron James, the Lakers. Come on. You got to watch that game. If there is one, I mean, it's not even close. If we're just picking out of the 2 potential Game 7s on the Stanley Cup playoffs, it's Lightning Canadiens over Mammoth Golden Knights for damn sure. But yeah, that would be number 2 on my list. Number 3 then would probably be Pistons Magic, just because I'm dying to see how the Magic respond. Cavs Raptors, unfortunately for me, not a lot of juice.
Yep. I think I'm going to fire away on the Mammoth. I think I'm going to bet the Mammoth. I think we're getting another Game 7 in the NHL. That series has been even as well. You've had a lot of 1-goal games. Utah is going to be rocking tonight, Salt Lake City. So I'm going to be on the Mammoth tonight. And now that the Lakers are up by 5 at the start of the first quarter, you're getting the Rockets at a pick'em. And I kind of like the Rockets as well now they're plus 102. So I like the Rockets a little bit, Pat. I'm going to have a little action on some of these late games. Give me Houston and Utah to force some Game 7. So I'll be riding with those teams.
Okay. All right. Big call. Illegal screen. Big call, by the way, just now. Just over 2 minutes left to go in overtime. Jamal Shed of the Raptors gets called for a shooting foul on James Harden for 3 free throws. They review it. It's an illegal screen. Speaking of our Joe Mazzulla drop there, illegal screen on Sam Merrill. He pushed Jamal Shed into Harden. So call gets overturned. No 3 free throws for Harden. And Jamal Shed, that would have been his 6th foul. He stays in the game. Still tied at 106 apiece with 2 minutes left to go in overtime. So maybe we'll have a final when we come back. We also know that we've got a Game 7 between the Lightning and the Canadiens. The Buffalo Sabres are moving on to play the winner of the Lightning and the Canadiens. They knocked the Boston Bruins out of the playoffs. It's the first series win for Buffalo in nearly 20 years. And as PJ just mentioned, the Lakers trying to avoid the collapse. They're already up by 9 on the Rockets early second quarter. So a lot of updates to get you when we return, and we'll do some hot or cold as well. Jam-packed Friday show. Get aboard, 310-840-4910. He's PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Illegal screen.
games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Oh my God, it's just like the Kawhi shot.
Tyrese Halliburton bounce on a three-pointer with a second left in overtime. And the Raptors lead by 2 with a second left. Holy smokes.
It's just like the Kawhi shot against Philly where it bounced on the rim 3 times. I mean, how can a franchise get 2 of those bounces with the ball just going straight up in the air? I think the sports gods, Pat, want us to have 5 game 7s. The Rockets need some work, but that is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Yeah, it's like the Kawhi shot. I just thought, because of a heartbreak for me, I thought of the Halliburton shot last year against the Knicks. It bounces off the back of the iron, goes straight up in the air over the shot clock, and goes right back in the hoop. Oh, my goodness. So there's a second left. Game 6, overtime. Raptors down 3-2. They have to win to force a Game 7 or their season is over. They led this game by 15 points. Cavaliers came all the way back, tied it, and the Cavs have led for most of overtime. After Jamal Shed missed a free throw to tie the game, the Cavaliers get fouled. They inbound it because they had to foul him again. PJ, we were talking about it. It looked like they fouled Dennis Schroeder about 3 times. He passes the ball to Evan Mobley, and Mobley gets the ball knocked out of his hands, deflects off his leg, out of bounds. Raptors get the ball, no foul. Cavaliers didn't have any challenges, and on the inbound, R.J. Barrett hits a 3 that bounces off the back rim and, again, goes about 15 feet in the air and drops right in the cup. So here we go. 1 second left in OT. Cavs, a 3 to win it. It's off the front iron, and the Raptors win. We got a Game 7 coming up on Sunday.
Smokes.
Oh, my goodness. Evan Mobley nearly got that to go. That was just short on the front rim. Game 7 on Sunday, Raptors Cavaliers. Oh, baby. The NBA playoffs is delivering. Wow. What a win for Toronto.
Well, there are going to be a whole lot of Cavs, Pistons, money line parlays on Sunday. And the question is, who is going to be the team that makes you sweat? Who's going to be the team that makes you nervous? A lot of people are going to take Pat, these 2 Game 7s are so interesting, man, because in the Pistons Magic game, it feels like all the momentum's with the Pistons going into that game with the second half that we saw tonight. And nobody's going to want the Magic. That line's actually moved from 8.5 to 9.5 since we talked about it, and we're looking at that opening line. And then you have this game where, you get a bounce like that, a shot like that, and it just makes you think like, the Cavs were 2 seconds away from winning this series. But as I talked about a couple segments ago, with the Cavs, you just have to have blinders. You got to have amnesia. For whatever reason, this team cannot win a game on the road. They just cannot do it. So they're going back home where they're comfortable, where they play much better, and I think they're going to take care of business. But it's so tough. Both of these teams, the Magic, the Cavs, when you're just that close. You're in control of these games. You're up with 2 seconds and you can't find a way to win, and you got to play an entire another game to try and close out a series. So we got great storylines heading into both. I can't wait for both games, but I just think it's so fascinating, Pat, that in one game you have the favorite in Detroit, all this momentum, and then in the other you got Toronto after R.J. Barrett hits that game winner heading to Cleveland. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow. We got a Game 7 with the Celtics Sixers tomorrow. How about this Eastern Conference first round?
I know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, by the way, Lakers are pummeling the Rockets 38-19 midway through the second quarter. So let's just for a second here, PJ, because I feel like Mike and the Mad Dog when we're like, all right, Mikey, they're going to have this. No, Mikey, this is the game they're going to have on Sunday in the afternoon. This is going to be the 3:30 game. let's assume for a second that the Lakers don't collapse and blow a gigantic lead like the Magic did. Let's just assume that we have 2 Game 7s on Sunday. Raptors, Cavs, Magic, Pistons. One of those games I would figure would be a 1 o'clock Eastern, and the other would probably be the 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Who gets
Correct.
the early window? Who gets the early one, if you had to guess?
I think it's Cavs Raptors.
I agree.
I think the 1-8 storyline, and with the way that game 6 went, I think they'll give the Pistons the 3:30 spot. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be official until we get a final score here in Lakers Rockets. Because if the Rockets come back and win, that's the 3:30 p.m. Eastern. That is the prime Sunday afternoon window that would go to Lakers Rockets. And then
correct.
My guess is Magic Pistons would probably go to like 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, and that's how they would do it. But just like that, Houston, they're on a little run here, so they got it back to 13. Now you can't look, I mean, this is just a crazy night. I mean, the Raptors blew a 15-point lead and held on. The Magic blew a 24-point lead and lost. And the Lakers have already led by as many as 19 points here in the early second quarter. What's the largest lead so far for LA? They've led by as many as 19. So this will be a historic night. It's already a historic night. I mean, you had a goalless game in OT with the Lightning beating the Canadiens 1-0 to force a Game 7. Sabres win their first playoff series in 20 years, basically, to beat the Bruins 4-1, knock Boston out of the playoffs. Golden Knights and Mammoth are scoreless 7 minutes into the first period. We haven't even talked a lick of baseball here tonight, PJ, because of just how crazy these games have been here. So, wow. All right, let's get to the phones here. 310-840-4910. Our guy Ross in New Jersey is next up on BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Ross is on line 1. Ross, I mean, this is a rocking chair night here for the playoffs, both on the hardwood and on the ice. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Great show as always. I was going to call in and talk about how I thought we got robbed of an all-time pop in Montreal with that scoreless game going to OT. I had the right country, just the wrong province, because then I'd throw on this Toronto game and shades of R.J. Barrett. I hear you, PJ, with the Kawhi shot, but Pat, as a fellow Knicks fan, my head went right to Halliburton as well. You got back iron. The fact that it went, I think the Kawhi one went over the backboard as well, but just the fact it goes sky high. Now, the only difference was RJ was well past the arc on this one. And, I mean, this night has been off the charts, even with the hockey. I mean, listen, I mainly wanted to talk Montreal-Tampa. I think even despite the loss, you saw, I think, the debut and leading up to these playoffs of Jakub Dobiš is going to be the next great goalie in this league. He's a big reason why Montreal has been this good down the stretch tonight. Even though they lost tonight, I still have them taking the series and Game 7. But, man, how could you not talk about this basketball, bro? You guys just brought it up, the 2 leads. The fact you had the Magic with an even bigger lead that they wound up blowing and outright not even losing. Like you guys said, they lost by double digits. The game wound up not being close the other way around. And then for Cleveland and Toronto to just put on the show that they did, I mean, I remember listening to you guys about a week and a half ago, at least you, Pat, and you were saying, I mean, Toronto looked non-competitive. They look like, even despite being a 5 seed and a team that avoid the play, and they look like probably the definitive worst team in the bracket to that point. And the fact that they just forced a Game 7 the way that they did, guys, that's unbelievable. Now they gotta take Game 7, or that might slightly get lost in defeat. But either way, I mean, all-time moment for a former Knick there and R.J. Barrett, man.
That's right. Ross, great stuff, bro. Appreciate the call as always, man. Yeah, former Knick R.J. Barrett. I mean, PJ, I don't have a dog in the fight in these series, and I know that my New York Knicks are going to have to get past either the Sixers or the Celtics first. But just in case the Knicks do and they're in the conference finals, I want the Magic to win. I want the Raptors to win. I perceive those teams as the inferior ones. So give me a Magic Raptors second round series, and hopefully my Knicks get to the conference finals. I'll take either of those teams. And if the Knicks get to the conference finals and lose to one of those, I mean, at that point, fire everybody. Fire everybody. I'm rooting for the Dogs on Sunday.
Me too, man. Me too. I'm just hoping we get a third one. I'm hoping. I just bet Houston, Pat, plus 8.5. The way this night's going, I've seen it. You want to be down 20 tonight. That's where you want to be living, right? You want to be down double digits. And that's the comfort zone. That's the way you want to play. So Houston's on a little bit of a run. Like you said, just an unbelievable game, Toronto and Cleveland. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in both of those games. Let's see. Have we gotten a line yet for that Cavs and Raptors game?
Yeah, we do. I think it's 7.5.
It is. Cavs 7.5, total 211.5. I also love looking at the totals in a game 7, obviously. So Boston, Philly tomorrow, 205.5. Detroit, Orlando, 203.5. And then Raptors, Cavs, 211.5. I kind of think Raptors team total under might be the way that I play that. For a lot of those guys, they're going to be playing in their first game 7, especially on the road. Cleveland was in this spot last year or 2 years ago against the Magic. So, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, these guys have played in a bunch of these. I trust their defense, I think, against the Raptors. So that's probably the way that I would lean in the game. I don't know what I'm going to do with the spread. I don't know. Pat, it might just be as easy as Cavs Pistons moneyline parlay, man. I really think both of those teams win. I definitely could see Orlando covering. That would be the one that I would feel better about between them and the Raptors. I really do think the Cavs and the Pistons are going to win. Boston and Philly, I'm torn on tomorrow. I could be talked into maybe Philly potentially winning that game. We had Broads on earlier, and he likes the Sixers in that game. The thing with Boston is whenever they back themselves into a corner is when they always show up. When they have to have a game, that's when you get their best performance, which is why I'm leaning towards them tomorrow as well. Maybe just as easy as a Celtics, Cavs, Pistons parlay. You just parlay all those teams together and they all take care of business. If you do parlay all 3 together, Pat, that's plus 122 on BetMGM. So do you think it's just that easy that all 3 of the favorites take care of business, or do you think one of those dogs could maybe win outright?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think both the underdogs on Sunday. And again, I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for it. I mean, I've said it before. Give me a game 7 James Harden disaster class. I don't care what current prospects of both these teams are, the inexperience of Toronto versus the experience of the Cleveland Cavaliers. James Harden is cursed. He is a magnet for losing in these elimination games. I think James Harden now, you add this one to his record. James Harden, game 6 and 7 records. I think I saw it. Let me see. Here we go. Nope. Don't quote me on this. So I'm not positive. I think I saw, though, in the last decade, I think I saw James Harden was 2-11 in game 6 and 7 combined in series. And if that is true, then that would mean he's now 2-12 after this loss tonight. His teams are 2-12 in game 6 or game 7. And I think in game 7, he actually has a 3-4 career record. But how many of those wins came early on when he was with, Russ and KD and OKC?
Yeah. And you know what the irony is, Pat, is that's why they made the trade with the Clippers to pair him with Mitchell, was for games like this, right? To give him that veteran experience, that other ball dominant guard. Like, that's why you brought Harden in, was for games like this, so that Mitchell didn't have to all do it himself. But you're right. And a lot of people are going to feel the same way. In a game 7, we've seen this story with Harden. We know how he is in these type of moments. He's definitely got a lot of pressure on him. Donovan Mitchell's got a lot of pressure on him as well. I really just think all these favorites are going to win. And you certainly could be right. I mean, it obviously wouldn't shock me at all if any of the underdogs win. I think I'd be most inclined to take Orlando if I had to pick one of the game 7 dogs that we have so far, Philly, Orlando, Toronto. I think I'd probably like the Magic the best, but you got some favorites that have certainly been shaky. The way Boston's looked the last couple games doesn't make you feel good. The Cavs with Mitchell and Harden doesn't make you feel good. I'm really excited, Pat, for all these games, man. I can't wait to see how they all play out.
So I got a couple of game 7s for you here. The Boston Celtics, by the way, ironically enough, last year didn't play a game 7. They beat the Magic in 5 and then lost to my Knicks in 6. The year they won the title, they didn't have a single series last more than 5 games. So you got to go back to the spring of 2023. Celtics played a game 7 against the Sixers, beat them 112-88. Conference Finals game 7. Remember, They were down 0-3 against the Heat, came back and tied at 3-3. They lost Game 7, 103-84. The year before that, in the spring of 2022, they played a Game 7 against the Bucks and beat them 109-81. Then played a Game 7 against the Heat in the conference finals and beat them 196. So off the top of my head, that's 4-1 in their last 5 Game 7s in this Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown era. So they're normally very good when the chips are on the line, but we'll see if that ends up being the case tomorrow night against the Philadelphia 76ers. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. We come back, we'll finish off with some hot or cold and any of your last phone calls here. What a Friday night this has been. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad. Did a phenomenal job as always, PJ. Love talking sports with you, brother, and especially on a night like tonight, man. I mean, this was an easy job tonight to do a show here. We kicked our feet up. Well, we didn't kick our feet up. We were glued in to all these games. Fantastic finishes all around. This is Westwood One Sports. Last chance to get aboard the phones, 310-840-4910. Let's get you one last scoreboard update before we do some hot or cold. 2 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Game 6 in Houston. Lakers up 3-2. Will we have a potential first ever 3-0 collapse? Will there be a Game 7 on Sunday? We've already got 2 Game 7s on Sunday in the NBA playoffs. Lakers were up by as many as 19. It's now down to 11, 42-31. Again, 2 minutes to go in the second half. LeBron James has 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Balanced attack for Houston, but led by Alperen Şengün with 8 points and 6 rebounds. And then on the ice, Game 6 in Utah and Salt Lake City. Mammoth trying to keep their season alive and force a Game 7. They're tied with the Vegas Golden Knights, scoreless with 5.5 left to go in the first period. All right. Let's finish off with some hot or cold, PJ. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix here for the final 5 minutes or so. Combs, what's up, brother? Start us off here. What do you got?
All right, let's go right there, right where you were talking about, right there. If we have 5 Game 7s on Sunday, it will be the single greatest sports day of our lives. Hot or cold?
Single greatest sports day of our lives. I can't think off the top of my head of a sports day that's like that I said that to myself. But it's the first round, and I know obviously we're not going to get, I guess we would have 4 and 4 in the Stanley Cup and the NBA playoffs, and I guess they always play on alternate days. I don't know if we get like to the second. I'm going to go cold, but it's a cop-out answer because I can't think of a day off the top of my head that was better.
I mean, look, if we get 5 Game 7s, that'd be an unbelievable sports day. But if you want to get technical, we get 16 Game 7s in March Madness every year on Thursday and Friday, right? So It's like, I mean, it's going to be an awesome day. I'm not going to wake up Sunday, though, being like, this is the greatest sports day I've ever witnessed. Because, again, like a lot of these games are big favorites. All these NBA games that you have, Lakers-Rockets could be a pick 'em. But Magic are 9.5-point dog. Raptors are 7.5-point dog. Don't get me wrong. It'll be an epic day. I'm rooting for Houston. I'm rooting for Utah. Want as many Game 7s as possible, especially when my teams aren't involved. It's going to be in the running for maybe one of the best sports days of the year, no question. But ever of my lifetime, I'm not going that far.
Yeah, look, single greatest sports day as far as viewing-wise, sure, right? Because you're going to have, like, pretty much all day, you're just going to be watching Game 7s. From 1 o'clock until the time you go to sleep, you're going to be watching Game 7s. But you would have to put your sports fandom aside, right? Because for me, the single greatest sports day for me ever, November 2nd, 2016, when the Chicago Cubs won Game 7 of the World Series. You know what I mean? So you put your sports fandom aside, yes. Viewing-wise, I can't imagine a day that we've ever had, because we've never had 5 Game 7s in one day. We've had 4 before, but we've never had 5. So if we get 5, I'm going to tell my wife when I get home, I ain't doing nothing on Sunday. You want to do something? We got to do it on Saturday. All right, Pat, what you got?
All right, I'll give you guys one last one here. At least one road team in the NBA playoffs this weekend wins a Game 7, and that's not factoring in the possibility that the Rockets erase a big deficit here in the second half against the Lakers. As of now, though, you got 3 Game 7s this weekend in the NBA playoffs. Sixers, Celtics tomorrow, Magic, Pistons Sunday, Raptors, Cavs on Sunday. At least one of those road teams wins a game 7. Sixers, Magic, or Raptors. At least one of them wins a game 7. Combs?
Yeah, I'm hot. I think that the Sixers are going to come back and complete this comeback against the Celtics. I really do. I think the Celtics are blowing this, which is tough to say because I thought that the Celtics were going to win the Eastern Conference, and I thought they were going to run away with it. They just don't look like the same team right now. And Philadelphia is playing their butts off, and they really want to beat Boston. So for me, I think that's hot because I think Philadelphia is going to do it. There might even be more than one.
PJ?
I'm going cold. I told you guys, you parlay all the favorites together. Boston, Pistons, Cavs, plus 122. I'm going to take that. Orlando would be the team that worries me the most, Pat, but I'll go cold.
I think 2. I think at least 1. I think 2. I'm going to go Magic and Raptors. Combs thinks it's the Sixers. I think Magic and the Raptors. PJ thinks none. We'll see. Does it go rock chalk this weekend? We'll find out. We cannot wait to be back with you here on Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. Kick your feet up and relax and enjoy all the sports. Thanks to PJ Glasser for filling in for Brad. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to Max Sheedy filling in for Monty. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Zach Kroll, and everybody else on the show and everybody that joined us. I'm Pat Boyle. Have a great weekend. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.